Good morning, everyone. Waterski fans, welcome back to the 2021 Goode U.S. Waterski Nationals. We're back here in Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois, to bring you the live action through the Waterski Broadcasting Company, sponsored by Liquid Edge. We've got a full day on Lake One here, Lake One being the slalom lake. Nothing but men on that slalom lake today. We've got men's 6 slalom, men's 7 slalom, men 8 slalom, men 9 slalom, then rounding the day off with men A and men B slalom with a total of 92 poles on that running order. Our weather's going to be up and down a little bit today. One thing we try to do is control as much as we can, but we can't control Mother Nature. So hopefully we'll have the rain showers hold off, and the wind prediction is around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Hopefully it's lower than predicted, but we will just try to get this done and do the best that we can and hope for the best conditions for every skier here at this U.S. Nationals. So we're going to be firing things off here at 7 a.m. Central Time. We want to thank all our sponsors, and we appreciate you folks watching us throughout the week. We will be getting things underway just as soon as they get the boats up. There's a second stream going on here. That's the Jump Trick Lake. That would be Lake 2. Got none other than Tony Lightfoot doing the commentating on that second lake, and he will be doing that all day as well. We had a great day yesterday, great skiing. Got a little windy there towards the end, but a lot of people came away satisfied, and we gave away a lot of medals. So looking forward to another day of that on both lakes, Lake 1, Lake 2. We're going to be
retirement, most people worry about one thing. Do I have enough money? Am I going to be okay? But there are more things to consider, like inflation, taxes, and when should you take Social Security? We at Drake & Associates want to help. Visit us at wealthwisconsin.com for a list of upcoming classes or to schedule a complimentary consultation and learn how you could retire happy and worry-free. That's wealthwisconsin.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one. And since then, it's been a good relationship with them, a good relationship with the company. And I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
Good morning and welcome back here to Wilmington, Illinois. The 2021 Goode U.S. Waterski Nationals. We're about to get day 2 underway here. We're going to be bringing you the men's 6th slalom event as our first slalom event here on Lake One. We've got a total of 29 gentlemen on this running order. Should they all be here, we're going to pull them all and give them an opportunity to get as many buoys as they can and make this another exciting event throughout this Nationals. Yesterday was full of runoffs and tight scores. Exciting day. So this men's 6th event, their age category is they're from 60 to 64 years of age. The maximum boat speed is 34. And once they complete that max boat speed, 34 miles per hour, you'll see them stop that towboat, shorten that rope up, and make it more challenging, pass after pass after pass. In the slalom event, it's a one and done, if you will. If you fall or miss, that ends your turn in the event. And then we'll go down to the dock. We'll pick up the next individual and get rolling on again. You can see they're trying to get this Mastercraft towboat ready to go. Apparently they're going to take that bimini top off. Or make an adjustment with that, and then we'll get the first skier hooked up and get this men's 6th division underway. So we've got 2 lakes running simultaneously here. You've got Lake 1 is what you're watching now. I'm Troy Zellner, and on Lake 2 you got Tony Lightfoot making all the calls with the jump and trick event. Feel free to visit usawaterski.org to check out all your water skiing needs. Get live updates, live results. If you're new to the sport, you can read and get more information. Get yourself caught up in the sport of water skiing. The people in this sport are great people to be around, very friendly. And that's what keeps bringing us back to the lakes every day after day after day. Looks like we got the first skier on the water here in this men's 6th division. Got a little bit of a south-southwest wind, which is pushing down the lake. So that'll be a headwind off the dock. First skier out, Brian Mercer. Brian starting at 32 miles per hour, 15 off. Getting a little late there around 4 ball, making his way around 5, over and around 6. That 4 ball looks sketchy to me, I'm not sure. And to come into 5 and make it through 6, pretty impressive. We do have live replays for you. Pass after pass after pass. That's presented to you by Zero Off. Let's see Brian at 4 ball there. Close call for him, but he's still able to get out around 5 and 6. Completing his warm-up pass here. And just like that, right out of the gates, we got a leader in this men's 6 slalom event, Brian Mercer. We'll stop that beautiful Mastercraft at each end of the lake. They'll have a wait time somewhere in the 45-second area. All right, so yeah, that 4 looked a little sketchy, like I said, and he was not able to be around the 4 ball to get credit for that. So his total score for our first skier off the dock is 3 buoys for Brian Mercer. But the joy of being the first one off the dock, you can be called the leader of the event. And that's exactly what we got for Brian here. So Brian Mercer was actually your second skier off the dock. Mark Crone was a no-show. So there you go. Here's our leaderboard. We'll show that periodically. Right now leading Brian Mercer, 3 at 15 off. Coming up is Stephen Jones, James McClure, Michael Keith, Doug Rogerson. That's our next couple skiers coming up here in this men's 6 event. It's a seeded running order. So your top seeded skier has the highest average out of this group of 29 men. And they earn that spot by skiing periodically in tournaments. And the person that has the highest average gets to be the last one off the dock, your top seed, top dog, whatever you want to call them. It gives them the advantage to know what the leading score is before they go out on the water, to set up a strategy, if you will, if they want to play the win game or whatever their mind thought needs to be. They know what they need to score to win the event. So skier after skier after skier, you kind of expect those scores to get better and better, line lengths to get shorter and shorter as we go through the running order. So again, we want to thank the Liquid Edge out of Farmer City, Illinois. They're a sponsor for this Waterski Broadcasting Company, making it capable for us to give you the live broadcast and streaming on 2 lakes here at the Nationals. As you can tell, it's a bit cloudy right now. There's a chance of some storms around 8 o'clock this morning. Hopefully that blows out, changes its mind. We don't have to deal with any weather delays, but right now, no delay. We got Stephen Jones. He's coming in 32 miles per hour, 15 off. Stephen knows right now the mark is 3, so he wants to get part of 4 and more to take the lead. Unofficially, it looks like he has done that, making his way around 6 and kind of pulling through the gates there at the end. The mandatory entry gates and exit gates, as well as going around all 6 buoys, is how you gain scores. The higher the buoy count, the highest skier, the skier with the highest buoy count is who's going to win the event today. So the more they can get around, that increases that score and gets them closer and closer and closer to this gold medal we want to give away here at the 2021 Goode Nationals. So we've got some women trick events going on over on the Lake 2. Open up the morning over there with Tony Lightfoot announcing. You can see we have our on-deck skier down at the dock, watching the current skier, checking out the conditions, listening and seeing what that skier is choosing to do as far as the second pass. Skiers have the option. They can either increase this boat speed up to their 34 maximum, or they can cut that line length and stay at the current speed. But it's so Steven here, he's going to keep the boat speed at 32 miles per hour, but cut that rope down to a yellow loop, and that's 22 off. So he's 22 feet off of the 75-foot rope length. Right now, coming into the course, the shorter that rope gets, the more difficult getting around the buoys becomes. With a little bit of a tailwind, it's not enough to really affect them tremendously yet, like we got late in the day yesterday, but it is just enough. You better think about it a little bit on your setup. So Steven getting around 4, but unable to get over to 5. Let's see if we can see here on the 0 off replay where he gets some slack rope there around 3 that puts him late into 4, and he breaks at the waist, and he's back to the wakes and skis back safely. So now your new leader in this men's 6, Stephen Jones, with 4 at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. So you'll find as we go through the event, things start clicking better. Everybody gets in their groove down at the dock, starting dock. And you'll have about 40 seconds between skiers, as well as 40 seconds at the end of the lake after each pass. That allows the water to clear out, allows the skier to catch their breath, allows the boat crew to get caught up on their paperwork, adjust the boat speeds, adjust the line lengths. And now we're looking at the north end of this lake in Wilmington, Illinois. Coming around that North Island, we've got Jim McClure behind the Mastercraft. Jim's coming out at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. been around the last couple days. He's been helping pull practice the day before the tournament started. He's got a wave and a fist pump around 6 and through that gates, that ever intense pass number 1 for every skier on the slalom course. You got the nerves, you got the anxiety. So getting through that first pass, you think about too many things. You don't really relax like you do on the rest of the passes throughout the set. So it's kind of relief once you get around 6 to get through the gates to pass number 1, get that score in the books. So Jim's starting at 22 off. He's below the max boat speed of 34 miles per hour for men's 6. So now his option is either go up to 34 or he's going to cut that rope. And once we get confirmation from the boat, we'll pass that along to you. Jim's going to go to the 34 max speed for pass number 2. A little bit of a tailwind here. He might set up his green gates. He may pull out just a speck earlier than normal because he knows that wind's going to blow him a little bit, but as of right now, it's nothing that seems to be a real factor in this event. So Jim coming around 4 balls, in pretty good shape around 5, heading over to 6, and through the gates. Jim runs at max speed, 34.22 off. So now the options are, do you just cut to the next length, which would be 28 off, or do you go out on a limb and you can do what's called opt up? He could opt up. If he wants to skip that 28 off and go to 32 off, that's an option for him. So sometimes guys may do that to play the win game. If he's thinking he knows he's got to run 32 off, which I'm pretty much guarantee you you're going to probably have to run 35 off. Some of these top seeds are even going to be running 38 off, pushing the limits to that. So you always have that option. It's a strategy thing. But the most common choice is to go one pass, one rope length at a time and make your way through. $28 off. We got Jim McClure coming in. Pass number 3 for him. Handling water around 2 ball. He's still going at it, but he stands up there around 3 ball, gets back to the boat wakes. So he's got a full buoy count, 3 of 28 off for Jim McClure, your new leader. Jim McClure, your new leader in this men's 6. We'll be back at the starting dock, get the next skier.
Hi,
Back with you here in Wilmington, Illinois. Men's 6 slalom event. Good morning if you're just joining us. Set up your computer. We've got 2 lakes. We got 2 streams. Bounce back and forth. But make sure you come back. Otherwise, you're going to hurt my feelings, and I don't like to have my feelings hurt. Down at the starting dock, you see they're working efficiently, changing handles, switching ropes. for each individual skier. They can use their own handles, but the handles have to fall within a certain specifications or it's not allowed to be used. And you saw that 2x4 in the background there by the dock starter, and that's the measuring device that they use to make sure that all these handles are within the specs and to be allowed to be used. If they're not within those specs, they have to come up with another handle of their own, or there are club-sponsored handles that are down at the dock. But most commonly, skiers like their own handles. It's like a pillow for them. But here we go, Michael Keith, 34 max boat speed, 15 off for Michael. Coming in first pass here. Looks like Michael's riding at D3. Getting through the exit gates. Tony Lightfoot bringing you the Lake 2 trick event right now. They're on women's 7. So right now, you see Michael's got a long sleeve shirt on. It's 70 degrees here. South wind at 9 miles per hour. So some of these folks that are coming from your southern states may not be real comfortable with the 70-degree morning. But all the officials and all the announcers are comfortable with the 70-degree morning. But let's face it, we're here for the skiers. We want them to be the most comfortable. We want them to have the best performances every skier, every single time if we can. So Michael Keith up around the South Island right now. He's going to be coming back in at 22 off, his second pass. A one-handed start there for Michael. Round 2, nice solid tight line as he's making his way downwind and is 22 off. Michael Keith throwing his shoulders back, going across the wakes from 5 to 6, and he is through the gates. Another successful pass for Michael Keith. Your 0 off replay for Michael Keith. You can see that nice tightrope coming out of 4. Then you can see a little bit of slack there at 6, and that's caused by just kind of standing up and not finishing in that turn. But you don't want to do that with 6 because you have to make it through that mandatory exit gate, the 2 red buoys at the end of the course. So we're going to be looking at 28 off. Michael Keith. He's trying to push his way up this leaderboard. The difference when you get from 22 off to 28 off, when you're first learning that 28 off pass, it's like a monster to you. But once you figure it out, it's one of the most fun passes for the amateur skiers to run. Because you really start to feel the swing of the boat as you're pulling out to the buoys. You kind of get that whip effect, making your way from right to left. So Michael, our first men's 6 skier through 28 off. He's setting the bar for the remaining competitors down at the starting dock here. I'm guessing if that's his third pass, that's the pass he really would like to have ran and gotten the books. But he can't let up now because that boat judge is shortening the rope to the mean green, 32 off. Green loop going to be coming back for Michael Keith. A little bit of a tailwind here. Ever important to get that pull out right, to set up for the entry gates. Not be too early, not be too late, not be too hard on the handle, going to one ball so you set up with slack. Keep that rope tight. It makes the complete pass easier. Here we go. Watch the start here. Michael Keith, 32 off, current leader. Wheelies up, pulls the handle up. A little hot into one ball. But it is a complete one for your new leader here, Michael Keith, won at 32 off. Bringing that Mastercraft back to the starting dock here. That's the north end of the property at Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Next skier I've got on my list is Doug Rogerson. He is actually our 5th skier off the dock. 29 are on this sheet of running orders. We know we're down to 28 because the first skier was a no-show.
I'm out here for a little bit. I'll be back. Thank you, kid. Somebody did the show?
No, and the first gear, that's all. Everybody else been.
You can see there you got that Assistant Chief Judge Keith Lindemuller measuring that next competitor's handle, making sure it falls within the specifications so they can be allowed to use it. And then they have to remeasure that handle once they get off the lake and make sure it didn't stretch and get too long. Right now, Doug Rogerson, pass number 1, starting at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. Doug's warm-up pass, his wake-up call, if you will. Pass number 1. Just getting around 6. So brought to my attention by Sir Tony Lightfoot, Doug hasn't been skiing much this summer. He had a spot on his face that he had to get removed. And this is one of the first times that he's been on the water here recently. Sometimes that works in your favor, though. Sometimes skiing every day, day after day, pass after pass, you will get kind of in a routine, if you will. And right now, Doug may be more focused than anybody else because he hasn't been on the water for a while, and he knows he's got to think about what he's doing, a little more concentration, maybe than just a regular old routine set for Doug. Let's see how he does here. So he was getting there a little late at 3 buoy, unable to come up with enough rope to get around 4. Doug Rogerson there, 4 on pass number 2 for him, or 3, I'm sorry. So let's get you up to date here with a quick look at our leaderboard. Currently right now you got Michael Keith in the lead with 1 at 32 off at the max speed 34. Second, James McClure. He's got 3 at 28 off. And now in third, Doug Rogerson, 3 at 22 off at 34 miles per hour. And in fourth place with 4 at 22 off, 32 miles per hour, Stephen Jones. And then sitting in fifth place right now, Brian Mercer, 3 at 15 off. Bringing you up to date with the technology from within the Waterski Broadcasting producer's trailer. We're going to bring you a leaderboard periodically. All right, Eucharist Caesar, better known as Luke, coming in past number 1, 34 miles per hour, 22 off for Luke. He's out here making his way, getting the feel of the water. Little late into 5 ball, but no worries for him. Still getting around 6 and out the gates. Luke Kasser. So I feel all kind of fuzzy and warmy now. This morning I walked up here. It's an honor for me to be able to announce, and was asked to help here with the Waterski Broadcasting on the webcast, and walked up this morning and got a hat and a polo shirt, so I'm all official. I'm kind of jittery kind of guy right now. So we're going to look and see what Luke decides. Well, he started at 34.22, so I'm sure he's going to be coming back in at 28 off for his second pass. Got this tailwind set up here now on pass number 2. Anytime that boat's coming from the south heading to the north, it's going to be a tailwind. But 28 off, Luke. A little slack there around 2 ball. Bobble across the waves, pulling him up short at 3, but 2 and 28 off for Luke Kasser. That's going to be the score going in the books for him here at this 2021 Goode Waterski Championships. So Luke just kind of came around 2 ball there, had some slack and just pulled up. Didn't really even make the attempt to get over to 3. I don't know if he felt something that just didn't feel right to not make the effort, or if he just was frustrated and said, doggone it, I'm just called in a day. But 2 at 28 off for Luke. That brings us to the next skier on my list. That name is John Marshall. We'll get confirmation, make sure that's indeed who we're going to have on the water. So Lake 2, we still have some women trickers. Tony Lightfoot calling his way through the women trick event. Looks like they're in about the women's 7 event, would be my guess. And that's going out on a limb because you never want to guess the woman's age, right? We all know better than that. All right, the next contestant behind this Mastercraft in men's 6. He's starting at 34 miles per hour, 22 off, and indeed it is John Marshall. He's going to come out and get a feel for things. Wind has increased slightly from what it was first thing this morning, but still tolerable by all means. Oh, and pulling up late, going from 5 to 6. John Marshall going down with a bit of a surprised look on his face. Let's watch his 0 off replay and see if we can figure out where John kind of got behind the ball here. 2 balls looking, I mean, he had a tight rope. He was a little down course. 3 is on the back slightly. Then 4 was just a banana turn. 5, he wasn't able to hook up and get a good solid enough pull to be able to get around 6 and complete through that pass. So we'll see what the officials call here. It's tough to see sometimes if they're able to get around those buoys from the angle we're at, but we'll see if they gave him 5 there, or if it's a 5 1/4 or 6, or it couldn't be a 6. but it could be a 5.25. The official 5 for John Marshall going in the scorebooks for him at this 2021 Goode Championships. Not quite what John had in mind, I'm sure. So that still leaves us with Michael Keith in the lead here on top of the podium as we're maybe 1/3 of the way through this event with 1 at 32 off. Jim McClure sitting in second, 3 at 28 off. Then Luke Kasser, 2 at 28 off. Doug Rogerson, 3 at 22 off. And then our next skier at 32 miles per hour, 4 at 22 off, is Stephen Jones. Update on your top 5 there. All right, our first skier coming off the dock, max boat speed at 28 off, Alvin Neff. Off the dock. He's expecting to run some shorter line lengths. When you start at 28 off, you kind of get the vibe that this guy's knowing he can run a 32 off tailwind in these conditions that we've got here. So Alvin says, I'll go ahead and start at 28 off. It can be a challenging pass for some people, but I feel comfortable enough I can make that my opening warm-up pass. So, being pulled up out of the water behind the Mastercraft, Alvin Neff. He's our 9th skier off the dock here in men's 6. 28 skiers on the running order for this event. Alvin's coming in mean green with a tailwind. Here we go. Here comes our start. Important 1 ball. Pretty tight rope. Good 1 ball. In the 2 nice. Oh, something happened. I missed it. Short a 3 ball. With that 1 ball, this caught me by surprise, but Alvin Neff taking the lead, 2 at 32 off. In the men's 6. That takes our Mastercraft back to the starting dock. We're going to pick up the next skier on the running order. It looks like it's Mitch Grau. I've seen Mitch's name in some of these international events with the seniors going and competing internationally. So this puts us about 1/3 of the way through this men's 6 event. Still got a ways to go, but right now the leader, 2 at 32 off, is Alvin Neff. Let's see what Mitch Grau, he's going to start at 34 miles per hour, 22 off for his warm-up opening pass. So Mitch coming around 5 ball, making his way over to 6. through the gates. Now pulling out, being max boat speed. I'm going to make a safe assumption that Mitch is going to have him cut that rope to the yellow loop. It will be 28 off. You watch Mitch here on our replay sponsored by Zero Off. Zero Off Speed Control, bringing you our replays throughout the week here at the 2021 U.S. Nationals. Now pass number 2, Mitch Grau, 28 off. He's focusing on that pull out. He knows there's a tailwind. Sporting the Team USA patriotic jacket, Mitch Grau. Oh, hitting 4 ball. Taking a fall around 4. Mitch Grau coming into 4, a little narrow. We'll see what we can find out what exactly happened. Had a good 1 ball. Now 2, he was a little bit back, but still solid. Oh, he just lost his angle going over to 4, narrow to 4. Actually hits the buoy, popping his ski out. Mitch Grau, I'm going to say that was most likely a 3.5 there at 28 off for him. So yes, Mitch scored 3.5 at 28 off. That threw him in 3rd place right now, still retaining the lead. Alvin Neff with 2 at 32 off here, men's 6 slalom. 1 buoy behind him, Michael Keith. And then at 3.5 at 28 off, you've just seen Mitch Grau. So tight competition here in men's 6. 1 buoy difference between 1st and 2nd place. You can see down at the dock, we're getting a little more wind now. You can see the hair blowing, you can see the shirt blowing on your ACJ there on the slalom lake today. All day long he's going to be there, making sure things run smoothly and within the rules. James Hammer, pass number 1, pulling through the gates. Round 1, 34 miles per hour. Another skier starting with 28 off. Pulled off the dock, 28 off. James Hammer. Seems to be no problem for him as he rounds 6 and exits through the mandatory exit gates here past number 1. 28 off, James Hammer. Title sponsor Goode Industries here for the last few nationals. So let's go to Goode and support them. We appreciate them being a title sponsor. Coming around the South Island, James Hammer right now. He's at 32 off. Your leader's got 2 buoys at this rope length. James, well aware of the wind conditions out there. A little late out of 3 ball, making his way over to 4. Able to get around 4, but stands up behind the boat, knowing he's not going to have a chance to get around 5. Now, it wasn't a bad one ball for James here. Just like had a double pull coming out of 2 there, and then the handle got high at 3, putting him down course. He's able still to get around 4, but he was going to have a heck of a turn there at 4 if he was going to have an opportunity for 5, and that just wasn't the case for him. But nonetheless, he's your new leader here. James Hammer, 4 at 32 off for him. So James doing what he wanted to do, and that's skier by skier, try and set that score a little higher, put yourself on top of the leaderboard as we can go towards the top seeds in this men's 6 slalom event. So when this event started, I just kind of want to keep an eye on this wind, keep you up to date. When the event started, we had like a 9-mile-an-hour south wind. Right now it's picked up to 11, so it has increased slightly. I'd say by the end of the event, by predicting here on my weather app, we're going to stay around 11 miles per hour. Hopefully we don't get any gusts. But we're just going to have to go as we can go. Right now, one of your appointed drivers here at the National, Ron Ives, coming in past number 1. He's starting at max speed 34, 28 off. Ron was around all day for boat testing the other day. Was a huge help for us here at the local club. We appreciate everything he did as far as helping with the boats. Pleasure to be around. He and I checked in several boats. Watching Ron here on the 0 off replay. Feeling comfortable at 28 off on his opening pass. Around 6 out the gates. Now we got him in the water on the south end of the lake. He's talking to the driver and the boat judge and letting them know what he's going to do here. I would imagine he's going to cut the rope to 32 off. Right now 32 off is the money pass. Your current leader was just on the water, James Hammer. He's got 4 at 32 off, so Ron knows he's got to get a part of 5 if he wants to take over the leaderboard here. Here we go. Mean green money pass. No pun intended. Ron Ives, 32 off. Oh. Ron having issues from 2 to 3. Looked good going into 2 ball, but something happened there at 2. On your 0 off replay, let's see if we can figure this out together. Looking pretty good there. Oh, and he just gets pitched forward a little bit. Reflexes, let go of that handle. He may regret his reflexes being as good as they were. He may have wanted to hold on a little bit longer and try to still get around 3 ball, but nonetheless, Ron Ives, 2 at 32 off for him. So Tony and I have the pleasure, we're sitting downwind of the concession stands throughout the whole week. I mean, that's tough because it makes you nothing but hungry all week long. But right now it's totally opposite. We got the oatmeal truck emptying the Porto Johns about 20 yards from us, and it's not a very pleasant odor right now. We got Tony covered in his mouth. He's struggling a little bit over here. His sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit might be on the ground here in a second. But anyway, good times here at Wilmington, Illinois. Coming in, Dave Miller, 34 miles per hour, 22 off. We had a couple skiers there come out at 28 off the dock. Dave Miller's backing it back down. He wants that 22 off. Really would like to take his time, get a feel for everything. Still knows that he's going to have to get deep in the 32 off to take the lead. So we got a couple passes that he needs to get through here. And none too soon. You got to take one buoy at a time in this event, because it doesn't take much for that alligator to reach up, grab your ski, pull you down, and then your set's done for the day, because it's one and done in the Slalom event. Actually have the sun peeking out here, brightening the skies up a little bit. So Dave Miller came off the starting dock and brought the sun with him. Pass number 2 coming up here for Dave Miller. This is 32 off, 28 off. My bad. I forgot he started at 22 off. So pass number 2, 28 off. Handle high coming there out of 3 feet forward on his way over the 4. Dave Miller unable to get around 4. Looking like he's going to have a 3 at 28 off for him. That is not what he had envisioned when he woke up this morning. But just getting yanked forward there, and again the reflexes letting go. So we're about midway in this men's 6 slalom event. You're watching Lake 1 on the Waterski Broadcasting Company's simultaneous webcast. Lake 2, you got Tony Lightfoot. He's calling women's 7 tricks. Set up your computers, pop back and forth, just as if you were here on the island, walking back and forth. You're able to enjoy the coverage here at the 2021 Goode U.S. Waterski Nationals. Next skier on my list, we got Steven Krigbaum. He's coming in at 34 miles per hour, back to that 28 off yellow loop starting rope length. Steven getting around 5, making his way over to 6, a little narrow to 6. But still able to get around it and through the exit gates. Steven Krigbaum. We can watch this 0 off replay throughout the day. Okay, interesting right now. Steven did not get around 6 ball, so the officials scored him at 5 here for his opening pass at 28 off. So 5 for Steven Krigbaum. So I stand to be corrected here with Stephen Krigbaum. Apparently he ended up having 6 on pass number 1. So coming back there on pass number 2 at 32 off, Stephen Krigbaum. We've got some skiers walking down the island here, discussing the wind conditions, whether some of these skiers are just being apprehensive, not aggressive enough, they're worrying about the wind too much and just not going out there and skiing. I'm not sure, but if I get a chance to talk to some of these skiers that have previously gone, I'll ask them what they feel like the conditions are and if that's a big factor in it. It's kind of tough for me because I'm on the back side of this the trailer, so I don't really get a good feel for what the wind is. I just kind of look at the water and try and go by that. So here we go. John Wilkins, pass number 1 for him, then 6. It looks like he's at 28 off there behind that Mastercraft. John getting around 6 ball and through the gates on his opening 28 off pass. John really emphasizes the bent knees as he goes through the course. Smooth skiing, and you know, it's choppy water. Those bent knees are going to be a big plus for these skiers out here today. So back up around the South Turn Island, we've got John Wilkins coming in past number 2. This is 32 off. He's got this tailwind. It's been playing some havoc with these men's 6 slalom skiers out here this morning. The water is choppy. It is not white capping at the far north end of the lake, but it's definitely choppy. So round 5 here at 32 off. Is he going to be the first run? Our first men's 6 slalom skier to run 32 off here today, John Wilkins, your new leader, skiing 32 off in this tailwind. Looking good. You can see he's getting a little slack around those buoys, but he's able to stay back on the ski and eat that up, not affect his angle through the gate, through the wakes. And actually, he's early in the 6. Looking for a bagel and a cup of coffee as he goes through the exit gates. John Wilkins, your new leader, running 32 off. We're on Lake 1 here in this Waterski Broadcasting Company webcast. Got Tony Lightfoot on Lake 2. Calling out the women's tricks that we have going on over there. But on Lake 1, your slalom lake all week long. Coming in, your current leader in men's 6 slalom, John Wilkins. This is the first look we're getting today at 35 off. He's coming into the win. Let's see how that works for John Wilkins. Breaking forward a little bit there around 1 ball, but he's still around 2. Stretched out, something coming to 3, unable to get to 3. But your new leader, 2 at 35 off, John Wilkins. So these men's 6 skiers, they range in the age from 60 to 64 years of age. Max boat speed is 34 miles per hour. Right now, sitting at 2 at 38.5 off. Doing a victory lap, coming back down the lake, John Wilkins.
Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
We're back midway, mid-pack in this men's 6. We're going to swap out boat crews. You can kind of take a look there at the water rolling down the lake. Actually, this wind, I believe, has let up just slightly all of a sudden.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
So here we are back. We've switched drivers. We've switched boat judge. We did a simulation pass. So we're about ready to fire up this second half here in this men's 6 slalom event on Lake 1. On Lake 2, yeah, Tony Lightfoot calling the women's 9 trick event. We're rolling through those tricks over there. No hesitations. Things running smoothly. Fired back up. Mastercraft around the North Island, bringing in your next men's 6 competitor, Michael Tilton. He's coming out the dock 28 off for his warm-up pass. Seems like the wind died down just long enough for the boat crew change. Now it's back up to where it was. So, oh, and going down early in his set, Michael Tilton going down around 4 ball. So 2 ball, a little break at the waist, but nothing major. 3 ball, not bad. He was good. Oh, he just got that. He reached forward and reached down, got the handle in the water, knocked that right out of his hand. And down on pass number 1 with 3 1/2, Michael Tilton. Going to be in a bit shock, I would suspect. Trying to figure out exactly what happened as he's making his swim across the lake to the shoreline. So we're setting the week up. We're warming the lakes up. We're very excited. Looking forward to the Morley U.S. Open, which preliminaries in slalom and tricks will take place on Thursday, with having several international pro skiers coming here to Illinois for the U.S. Open. Final's going to be Friday evening. They start at 5 o'clock. Free admission. And finishing the night, Friday night, under the lights, we're going to have open men jumping, your pro jumpers. Running orders stacked with some awesome jumpers coming. Expect that to be a very exciting event. Looking forward to it. Morley U.S. Open, Thursday and Friday. Next on the list in this men's 6 slalom event on my running order is Kelly Bullender. We'll get confirmation that that's going to be Kelly and starting rope length and boat speed. I suspect the top half of these men's 6, I'd be surprised if any of them don't go the max speed 34 mph. But with the all buoy scoring, they can in essence run 32 mph all the way up the rope if they want. But we'll see. I don't see that being very likely. So 34, 28 off, Kelly Bullender, pass number 1. This is wind conditions. This first pass actually could be the toughest pass for these skiers as they're coming in to the wind and not sure what things are really feeling like until they get out there and start skiing. They can stand on that dock and they can feel that breeze blowing down the lake. They can look at the rollers and not quite white capping, but it is definitely choppy. So we've got a line of storms that's over straight west of us. It's not looking to be ideal weather situation here in a little while. We'll keep our eye out on that, and that may be the reason we're getting these winds through here the way they are. But nonetheless, right now, pass number 2 at 32 off, Kelly Bolender. A little on the rear of the ski coming out of one ball, but back on the front, too far on the front around 2, and going down around 2. Kelly Bolender, 1 1/2 at 32 off, is what's going to go in the scorebook for him. Another one of these men 6 going down early. He was just a little on the tail going in, but just overturned at 2 ball. Maybe he got anxious. Not quite sure. But just a little too deep there at 1 ball. Lost the handle. Finishes his set for the day. So midway through this, get you caught up on the leaderboard here. Still leading, John Wilkins with 2 at 35 off. In second, James Hammer with 4 at 32 off. Tie for third right now between Ron Ives and Alvin Neff. Both those gentlemen sitting 2 at 32 off. And in fifth place, holding on for a podium, Kelly Bolender just skied 1 1/2 at 32 off. So that's your update. It can get interesting out here in this wind if it's something you don't train in, and it can become a psychological issue for you. We've seen yesterday afternoon in the women's slalom event that wind really picked up there for the last top 4 seeds. Unfortunate for them, they were not able to make their opening pass, so the 5th seed ended up being the champion out of that women's slalom event. So the wind can play havoc for sure. Right now, Stephen Miller, 34 miles per hour, 22 off for him. Off the dock. Maybe he would normally start at 28 off, but with the wind, he's figuring, I'm going to go 22 off, just kind of get a full 6 in the scorebook here to make sure I've got myself somewhere on that, in that scorebook with the score. But we're watching this men's 6 slalom event powered by Mastercraft, and now your replay after every pass provided by Zero Off Speed Controls. So right now at the south end of the Lake 1, your slalom lake, he's up on top of the water now, going around that island. He's going to be coming in for his second pass, pass number 2. I would suspect this is going to be 28 off, but we'll get our confirmation. Indeed, Stephen Miller coming in pass number 2. This is 28 off. Pretty good tailwind. On a normal day, this 28 off is nothing but a walk in the park, but you can see that that wind's pushing him as he's coming down that lake. So the conditions are definitely making this a challenging event. It's going to be a fun event to watch, to see how these guys can handle the conditions, what adjustments they make, whether it's a physical adjustment, a mental adjustment, or a strategy adjustment throughout this men's 6. Still smiling and having fun down at the starting dock. on the water right now, taking his set. He's made 2 successful 6 passes. Stephen Miller. That was 28 off. Now he's going to be coming in at 32 off, green loop. Pretty good headwind. You can see the ski chattering on the pull out there. Holding that handle long going into 1 ball. Getting there around 4. Making us around 5 over to 6, 32 off. Stephen Miller, he's going to be coming back in the money pass here, 35 off. Your current leader right now, John Wilkins, has 2 at 35 off. So Stephen Miller set himself up to have an opportunity to take over atop that leaderboard by running that 32 off headwind there. Here we go. Our second skier to be in the blue loop in this men's 6 slalom so far today. Stephen Miller, right now, 2 is what the leader has. So Stephen's got to get a part of 3 to take over the lead. He's deep coming out of 2, unable to get over to 3, but he's happy with the 2, showing the fist pump. Stephen Miller, unofficially, I believe he does tie John Wilkins for the lead. So yeah, 2 at 35 off for him. Kind of surprised he didn't make a more of an effort there to get over and try and get part of 3 to take the lead individually. So right now he is tied with John Wilkins, both those skiers at 2 at 35 off. So this men's 6 slalom event being powered by Mastercraft. I recognize the driver out in that boat. That's Chris Kosek. He has the pleasure of pulling these top seed skiers here in men's 6. We're coming up. We've got these slalom averages are getting very tight with these guys. Jeff Goldman right now coming in. He's also come 22 off. All right, Jeff looking good through that 22 off opening pass for him. Riding that D3 ski, making his way through the chop in the wind. Getting through that pass. So he's sitting down here now. He's got a couple thoughts that could be running through his mind. He may be going, oh, you know what? That didn't feel as bad as what I thought it was going to feel like. Or he could be saying, you know what? That's a little bit worse than what I expected. I'm going to have to kind of shift gears here and get myself ready for this win. But he also knows he's going to have to get part of 3 at 35 off if he's going to challenge for the leader. So he's got a few passes to get through before he even can think about that. Starting at 22 off, Jeff Goldman completing that pass. Come back in for pass number 2 here. This is 28 off, yellow loop for him. no doubt the wind has just really let down 2 to 3 miles per hour while Jeff's out on the water right now. Fortunate for him. Maybe getting the hopes up for the guys down at the dock that it remains a little bit less than what it's been, but we'll have to wait and see how that game plays out. But Jeff Goldman getting through pass number 2, 28 off, as you watch this 0 off replay. He's looking pretty good throughout this pass. Glad to have completed that pass is Mr. Goldman. Sitting down at the north end of the lake right now. They're going to cut that rope down to 32 off, I would suspect. This 32 off is going to be a must-make pass in this men's 6 slalom event, because our tie for the lead right now is 2 at 35 off. That's between Stephen Miller and John Wilkins. So here we go, 32 off, Jeff Goldman. He's got some of the better conditions we've seen in a while. Hopefully he can take advantage of that. Run this 32 off and to get into the money pass at 35 right now. A little forward, a little late into 5 ball. All he needs to do is control it and get around 6, and he does, and through the gates. He ran at 32 off, Jeff Goldman. Probably not the cleanest 32 off Jeff's ever ran in his life, but you know what? It's 6 in the scorebook, and it gets him into the money pass at 35 off, so he can take a stab at your leaders. At 2 at 35 off, John Wilkins and Stephen Miller tied. So Jeff Goldman he may, even knowing the wind's let up a little bit, he may be sitting down there saying, hey, do I really have to sit 40 seconds? Can I just sit 15 seconds? Why take a chance of the wind kicking back up? But he doesn't have that option. He's got to come back out. Here he comes now, 35 off. He's got to get part of 3 to take the lead. He's down run 1. Let's see if he can get a good solid pull. Oh, from my perspective, it looks like he was inside of 3 there. Which, if that's the case, he's going to join Stephen Miller and John Wilkins with a share of the lead, 2 at 35 off. But he cannot really be dissatisfied with that performance. He may run more buoys on a normal day, but with these conditions here today, this 2 at 35 off, you got 3 guys tied. Right now is the benchmark set. You can see on our updated Goode leaderboard, 3-way tie there in first place. Jeff Goldman, Stephen Miller, John Wilkins, all at 2 at 35 off. Then a 4th, James Hammer, 4 at 32 off. And tied for 5th, Ron Ives, Alvin Neff, sitting there 2 at 32 off. We still have 10 left in this men's 6 event. Hopefully these guys are going to keep running that buoy total higher and higher and higher and getting shorter line lengths. Hopefully this wind can stay chilled out as it is right now. We're probably back down to around that 9 mile per hour south wind, what we started the event with. At times it's gotten up as well as 12, as high as 12, but we've got some storms to the east. And by east, I meant to say west and south of us. So hard telling what the wind's going to do. Jim Roebuck, he's coming in 28 off. Pass number 1. Little slack out of 1. Getting forward, pitching out the front. Jim Roebuck between 1 and 2, taking a spill, checking his head. Not sure if the ski hit his head. Let's see if the 0 off replay will let us see exactly what happens. So coming into the wakes, they're a little offset. Oh, yeah, right there at the end, I do believe his head hit the middle of the ski. Yeah, coming up out of the water. He's going to get out of the water right next to me here. He did give a hand signal there that he's okay, but pretty spectacular fall. Jim Roebuck not getting the score that he wanted, but so far he's got the best crash of the day in this men's 6. So right now we got the towboat. They were going back down the lake to the starting dock. They seen Jim. They knew it was a hard spill, so they stopped to double checking. He's not getting in the boat. He's going to continue to swim over here to shore, but they're double checked to make sure he was okay. And it appears that he's able to swim anyway. I haven't been able to get a view of his forehead to see maybe if he does have a cut or not, but again, he's going to be swimming. He's swimming kind of towards me. The wind's blowing him a little bit to the north. Yep, looks like Jim may have a little nick on the top of his head there. It's really kind of hard to tell as far away as he is, but we got safety personnel working their way down here. And they'll take a look at Jim and see how bad this little, if it's a nick on his head or if it's an actual cut that needs more attention. But he seems to be fine. He's swimming in. He's just kind of slowly making his way. If we get an update on him, I'll definitely pass that along to you. But nothing to be concerned about from my perspective where we're looking at here. Back on the water in men's 6 slalom. Coming right back in the course with the Mastercraft powering this event. John Sheely. He's starting 28 off, 34 miles per hour. The wind came back up again. John a little late out of 5, pulling all the way over. Looks like he's got around 6 and through the gates. We'll have to confirm that, but just going to show you this wind's picked back up, you know, and it's going to make these conditions difficult again for the men's 6 slalom here. We're in your top 10. John Sheely, he's going to have a tailwind 32 off here. This is a must-run pass. because we've got a three-way tie right now with 2 at 35 off. In these conditions, that's blowing John Sheely at 32 off, unable to get over towards 4-ball. Here's a replay we can watch. You can see that wind's picked back up by looking at the water. He was not a great 1-ball. He was narrow coming out of 2. Fortunately able to get around 3, but he knew that was going to be it for him for the day. So 3 at 32 off. Definitely not what John Sheely wanted to have as a score in the books for him today, but nonetheless, the conditions prevailed with him. All right, so update with Jim Roebuck. He did get a cut head. We've seen that ski hit him in the head. It's not a major cut. I think they're going to throw some super glue in it. If you hear the bleed through from Tony Lightfoot calling Lake 2 on a trick event, had a gal stick a edge, and she went head first. So back on Slalom Lake, Lake 1 for warm-up pass for Skip Hommel, 34 miles per hour, 28 off. Not backing down. They're still bringing us 28 off the dock in these wind conditions. It's up windier as it's been all day. Oh, coming into 6. Not sure what that's going to be, but that's Skip Hommel starting at 34.28. Definitely late going into 6. Not sure if he is able to get around it. We'll have to watch this replay presented to you by Zero Off Speed Controls. We come around 5. Does he get around 6? Looks like he snuck around 6. Oh, that was 4. Now here's 6. I still can't see it. Too much spray. I'm sorry. I'm off on my numbers and I can't see through spray. What can I say? All right, up on the water, Skip Hommel. He apparently got around 6 because he's coming in on pass number 2. This is 32 off tailwind, deep around 2, unable to get the rope back in his hand across the wake, so down around 2 with 1.5 at 32 off. Kind of confused look on his face. Skip Hommel, we'll see if we can pick up. Just got a little deep. Around 2, unable to pull that out. So 1.5 at 32 off for Skip Hommel. Another victim here to the wind conditions. I mentioned we've got the storms over to the west and a little bit south of us, so I'm suspecting the closer that front gets to us, these winds might increase even more. But all we can do is keep going and keep skiing until they deem it to be unsafe, if that's ever going to be brought into the picture. But just unfortunate. It's one of those things. We're involved in an outside sport. We cannot control the elements. Some skiers may have a little more wind than other skiers, and that's just kind of the nature of the beast, if you will. We've got next on the list a good friend of mine from Minnesota, Darren Janzig. Next skier on Lake 1 here, Slalom Lake. Darren, he's coming out at 28 off too. So you can see the bounce happening with them skis, and physically I could hear it Out of my left here is we're sitting here lakeside at Wilmington, Illinois, Water's Edge Estates. Darren making his way down around 5, around 6, and through the gates, making his opening pass. 28 off, Darren Janzig. So you can see Darren replay on the 0 off replay screen. We still got women tricking going on. It looks like we may be in that women 3 trick event. Set your tabs up on your computer. You can click back and forth. Laura Burdick right now, your current skier over there on the trick lake, being announced by Tony Lightfoot. Still on Lake 1 here, Slalom Lake. Knocking on the door at our top 5 seeds, but not quite there yet. Darren Janzig ran pass number 1. He started at 28 off. He's got a pretty good tailwind pass number 2 at 32 off. We'll see how he can handle these conditions. He's coming around 4, heading over to 5. Looks like if he can just maintain a decent pull to get around 6 and eat up that slack to get through the gates. Yes, another one through 32 off. Darren Janzig. As we get these wind gusts getting stronger and stronger as this storm front appears to be getting closer and closer. Fortunately, Darren Janzig, he is able to power through that 32 off. Now he knows he's at the money pass. 35 off. We got 3 gentlemen sitting in a tie right now with 2 at 35 off. That's John Wilkins, Stephen Miller, and Jeff Goldman. Those 3 gentlemen with 2 at 35 off. We got a really pretty good strong wind here. Strong headwind that Darren Janzig's going to have to fight through if he wants to get part of 3 to take the lead. I got to say, the north of that lake, if it's not white capping, it's going to be pretty damn close. That's just how much these winds have picked up here in the last 5-10 minutes. Here we go. Digging deep, 35 off, Darren Janzig. 2 is the lead right now. 3-way tie. It's tough to keep that ski on edge and hold your body position. He gets around 3. He gets forward around 4. Had to let go at 3.5. 35 off, that takes over your leaderboard. Darren Janzig powering and muscling through these challenging conditions to take the lead in this men's 6 slalom event. He's got 6 guys on the dock that now know they've got to do better than 3.5 at 35 off to take the lead here in this men's 6 slalom event in the challenging conditions. So I'm sure all our officials and safety personnel are keeping an eye on these conditions and the possibility of weather moving in on us here. So that's no big deal. We've got to trust in our personnel that they keep everybody safe here on site. If it comes up to a point where they have to make a call to delay the tournament because of weather conditions, that's what we'll have to do. We'll batten down the hatches until something subsides if we need to do that. Right now we don't. We're going to continue on. with this men's 6 slalom event. Coming up with our 6th seed, number 6 seed. I have on my list is Doug Rooker. We'll see what Doug decides to make his starting line length at here. So not only can Tony Lightfoot announce with the best of them, he can also act like an anchor for the canopy we're sitting under here as these wind gusts keep hitting us. Here we go, Doug Rooker. How's he going to handle the wind? He's coming out 22 off. He's going to make sure he gets a score in the book. He's going to try and fill out the water conditions. You see him getting pulled forward there a little bit. Oh, coming up short at 22 off. He cannot make his opening pass. You have to suspect the wind is a huge factor in that. But Doug here, 22 off on the 0 off replay. Just coming around 2 ball, fighting the wind, the rollers, the chop. He's trying to stay patient, but there's where it happens. He gets pulled hard going from 4 to 5, loses all his angle to 5, unable to get over to 6. So total buoy count for Doug Rooker is 5 here in this men's 6 slalom event. So sitting atop right now, Darren Janzig with 3 1/2 at 35 off. 3-way tie in second place. Jeff Goldman, Stephen Miller, John Wilkins, all with 2 at 35 off. And in 5th, James Hammer with 4 at 32 off. Now we're getting into our top 5 seeds here. So this podium is going to start stacking up, and we could have a runoff. These conditions are getting difficult, as you can see, and these guys are challenged with even getting through an opening pass, as we witnessed on our last skier here. So interesting turn of events, but it is what it is, and we've just got to keep going, and it's the unfortunate Mother Nature not being friendly to the top seeds here in men's 6 slalom. It also feels like our temperature maybe has dropped slightly in the last few minutes, indicating that front may be getting closer as well. I'll check my weather app. No, it's still 74, so not bad. It says south at 11. I think that it might be a solid 11, but it's gusting plenty higher than 11. Next up, men's 6 slalom skier Stephen Binkley, 34 miles per hour, 28 off the dock for him. He's making sure his knees are bent. You can hear the chop slapping on that Mastercraft. Unable to get around 4 ball, doing the best that he can with these conditions. Stephen Binkley. That's going to be a total score of 3 for him. Now, this is just kind of a replay of what happened yesterday, and I believe it was the women 4 slalom event. That there towards the end, the wind picked up so much that the top 4 seeds in that event were unable to make their opening pass. Very similar to that right now. Our last 2 skiers here in this men's 6 event unable to run their opening pass. You know, we're looking at guys with a buoy average of Doug Rooker has a buoy average of 101. And he gets 5 buoys here today. Stephen Binkley's got an average of 101.8. He just went out on the water right now and got 3. So, interesting scenario here stacking up. Darren Janzig sitting on top of the leaderboard with 3 1/2 at 35 off. 4 skiers at the dock, 4 skiers on the list anyway. So Darren cannot do any worse than 5th place. Of Of course, that's officially unofficial, coming from an announcer. But that's what it appears to be right now. Darren guaranteed a podium spot here in this 2021 Goode U.S. Waterski Nationals. So we got the chief safety director down there talking to the ACJ on the slalom lake. Sure, they're talking weather conditions, looking at the radar, whatnot, trying to get a game plan together should the weather conditions arise. In the meantime, back out on the water for first pass number 1, Scott Sarowski. Scott is coming in at 28 off as well. Oh, and he's down around 2 ball, another victim of the chop and win. Down early, probably 1 1/2, Scott Sarowski. What really sucks about this, you train all year, you spend all the money, you take all the time, you prepare for nationals, and then very, very unfortunate, uncontrollable conditions brings you to this point, and you go down around 1 or 2 ball, getting 1 1/2 as your score here at nationals, something you never would even imagine. So these guys are stuck between a rock and a hard place, but they have a choice. They can either go out and they can fight the conditions, or they can decide not to ski. But you're here, you might as well throw on the stick and see if luck may have it, if you will. You can get through these choppy conditions and get through pass number 1. This is putting us to our top 3 skiers in the men's 6 slalom. Getting our ropes changed, our boat speed set. Getting prepared for the next skier at the starting dock. I've got my number 3 seed on the running order listed as Mark Hedgewald. So 34-28 off the dock, Mark Hedgewald. Currently right now, he's got less wind conditions than the last 3 skiers. He's a 3 seed. He's at 28 off. He knows it's not pleasant out there, but he's got to go and make opening pass number 1, which he does. Make his 28 off, Mark Hedgewald. Still a lot of chop out there, as you can see that ski vibrating with the 0 off replay. It gets smoother as you get down the lake, but that wind is still pretty critical down there at the south end. So what we haven't seen for a while, because we had 3 skiers not make their first pass, we haven't seen somebody set up from the south end going north with the tailwind. It's kind of a south-southwest wind, so it literally is blowing right into 1 ball. But here we go. This is 32 off, pass number 2, must-run pass, Mark Hedgewald. Oh, getting deep out of 1 ball, way back on the ski, but still around a 2 ball, deep around 3 ball. He's going to be tied around 4, eating the slack, running into trouble. 4 at 32 off for your number 3 seed. So, still atop the leaderboard, Darren Janzig here with 3 1/2 at 35 off. This is something that we're looking at being a serious mark, a serious pass that may be difficult to overtake here in these conditions. Darren can do no worse than 3rd place as we speak right now. In this replay, you can see him tail on 1-3, and out of 3, it was just too much to where he couldn't get any angle to get himself where he needed to be to complete the pass. Understandably disappointed, unfortunate turn of events here with the conditions in men's 6. But quite honestly, this wind has just felt like it's dropped back down. It's back to a manageable wind, if you will. There for a while, it was really tough, really rough. So Tim Houston, he's our skier on the water now, number 2 seed, 28 off, coming in past number 1. He's been watching these last guys, and he's got concern in his mind, I'm sure, about whether he's going to be able to take over the lead from Darren Janzig or not. He's partway there. He completes pass number 1, 28 off for Tim Houston. So just hearing Tony Lightfoot, he's saying he's got 150 poles set up for that jump trick lake today. That's a full day, and can't afford to lose much time in between skiers and events and passes, so weather can definitely play a factor on that lake as well. They're still in the women's 3 trick event over there, but our primary focus right now on Lake 1, men's 6 slalom right now in your number 2 seed. He's coming in for pass number 2. This is going to be 32 off. Your current leader, Darren Janzig, with 3 1/2 at 35 off. So Tim knowing this is a must-make pass. 32 off, strong tailwind. Looking good coming around 3 to 4. Here we go. We're getting into the rougher water now. 5 and patient going over to 6. Tim Houston getting through 32 off. Going to have the opportunity to challenge the leaderboard to get a podium spot. See if we can't get you an update on the leaderboard. But I know for sure Darren Janzig's the current leader at 3 1/2 at 35. So we've got 3 other gentlemen tied at 2 at 35. So Tim Houston knows he needs 4 or more to take the lead. Okay, here we go. Tim Houston, number 2 seed, Money pass, 35 off. 3 guys sitting with 2 at 35. Your leader, 3.5 at 35. What's Tim Houston going to do to that leaderboard? He's around 2 ball, making his way over to 3. He's around 3. Around 4, handle high, gets stretched out a little bit. Still around 5. He's around 5. He's going over to 6. Is he going to be the first one to run 35 in these conditions? Amazing skiing, Tim Houston. 35 off. Tough wind conditions. He bites the bullet and says, boys, this is what's going to happen. Mark Brandt, you've got to run 35 off. You're the top seed. But I'm telling you, I'm not taking it lightly as being number 2 seed. I'm going to run 35 off and put this bar high for you here in this men's 6 slalom event with the challenging wind and chop conditions. Exciting stuff. I didn't know that somebody would be able to run 35 off in these conditions. I really doubted it. I honestly thought that Darren Janzig was sitting in a pretty good spot with that 3.5 at 35 off, but Tim Houston came out and just ran it. So Tim's going to be coming back at 38 off. He's rounding the island down there on the south end. Got the pretty strong pushing tailwind here at 38. You're going to have to keep that rope tight to get a solid pull and over to 2. Let's see what happens. Not a bad 1 ball. He's still going to get around 2. Stands up at 2 and says, okay, let's just live for another day. And he's happy. He knows it. He did it. He powered through. Tim Houston, your new leader, 2 at 38 off. Skiing back to the dock with a smile on the face. Deservedly so. Tim Houston putting the pressure on. One more guy at the dock in men's 6, your top seed, Mark Brandt. I seen Mark walking around earlier, so I know he's here. So it's going to be not a matter of if, it's going to be a matter of when Mark gets out here, and then it's going to be a matter of if he can run through the appropriate number of passes to be able to challenge Tim Houston, the new leader, with 2 at 38 off. Making this men's 6. Tim Houston brought the alarm clock a wake-up call. We had 3 guys in a row that were unable to run their opening pass because of conditions. Then 2 skiers later, definitely less wind, but definitely not awesome slalom conditions either. Credit where credit's due. Tim Houston runs 35 off in these conditions and gets 2 at 38.
Fast tricking going on there. She's got a back. She's got a front. She's got a back-to-back.
Right now we got Sarah Vanagas on the trick lake, but our top seed on the slalom lake, Mark Brandt, coming in 28 off behind the Mastercraft. Mark, all familiar with Illinois tournaments and Midwest conditions. Oh, he's got a slow turn out of 2, handle high, holds the handle super long, going to 3. Very technically sound skier, Mark Brandt. Actually sets cameras up at his practice lake, different spots on the shoreline, so he can watch himself ski. Watch how the ski reacts, adjustments that he can make to improve his average to allow him to be the top seed here in this men's 6 event. But unfortunately, right now, this wind is deciding to gust again. We are borderline whitecaps right now for this top seed, Mark Brandt. Leader of the event, Tim Houston, very impressive, 2 at 38 off. Leading in second place, 3.5 at 35 off, Darren Janzig. But I don't know if it bleeds through the microphone or not. We've definitely got some stronger wind gusts once again here. It's our top seed, Mark Brandt, coming in 32 off. Can he handle this tailwind at the mean green loop? Making his way around 3, heading over to 4. Sometimes the tailwind is easier a little bit to fight the chop. He's around 5. That ski vibrating immensely around 6 as he goes through the gates. Sigh of relief running a tailwind 32 off. Mark Brandt. So watching your replay here with presented by Zero Off, you can look at the tip of Mark's ski and just see how rough it is out there right now. And these guys are running some short line that people dream of running on days with smooth water. They're out here near whitecaps, powering through each pass by pass. So we're getting intense here, men's 6. Intense conditions, intense scores. And the top seed intense skier on the water, Mark Brandt, just ran 32 off in this tailwind. Cut that rope to 35 off. Must run past 35 to challenge the leader, 2 at 38 off. Tim Houston.
Okay, yeah, good to see you.
Power up, back on the water. We've got Mark Brandt. He's going to set himself up this 35 off. I'm sure it's a late pull out off the green buoys. He comes around 1 ball, 35 off. He's got to have them all. Making his way. He seems to be relaxed, a little more relaxed at this pass than some of the others, quite honestly. He's coming around 5, making his way over to 6, knowing he had to run it. The technician gets through 6. Mark Brandt, 35 off for him, top seed men's 6. Now, is he going to be able to take the gold, or is he going to take the silver? We'll find out here in about 40 seconds when that Mastercraft gets him back up on the water and then brings him into the course. He'll be at 38 off. Currently your leader, Tim Houston, with 2 at 38 off. Didn't expect anything less but excitement in men's 6 slalom. We knew it was going to come down to the wire, but them conditions changed immensely. And these guys, once we thought that division may have been done and they may have been mentally wiped out from the whitecaps and whatnot, these guys are stepping it up, and they're bringing it to the bank. Here we go. Hammer to the floor around the turn island. Chris Kosek, pilot in that Mastercraft. Mark Brandt, your top seed. We're in men's 6 slalom. Your leader right now, number 2 seed, was Tim Houston with 2 at 38 off. So Mark's got to get part of 3 to take the gold. Around 1, a good one. He's coming around 2. Little slack out of 2, but he got part of 3 and throws a fist pump knowing he did it. Mark Brandt, congratulations. Some mentally tough and technically sound skiing. Unofficially, you are going to be the 2021 Goode U.S. National Men's 6 Slalom Champion through the diverse conditions. Very impressive skiing for these last 2 top seeds in this men's 6. I'm impressed. If you can't tell, that was intense. Whew! Cool to the rule. 0 off replay. That 1 ball, he just hammered it. And he knew, too, he didn't have to overpower it just to get part of 3 and said, why take the risk? Yes, he did it. Mark Brandt, congratulations to you, and congratulations to all the other men that are going to be on the podium here. But I don't think we're done yet. If we could get an updated leaderboard, I think we still got a 3-way tie here in this event. I'm not positive. So let's check this out. Yes, we got a 3-way tie, and that's going to be for 4th and 5th. So you see there, Mark Brandt, your champion, 2.5 at 38 off. Tim Houston, very impressive at 2 at 38 off. Darren Janzig, third place with 3.5 at 35 off. Now we've got this three-way tie. Going to be a runoff between Jeff Goldman, Stephen Miller, and John Wilkins to determine who's going to be fourth and fifth in this men's 6 slalom event. Once we get a determination of the running order, we'll get that first skier on the dock. That skier is going to be coming out at 32 off, 1 pass less than what they completed or finished off their set at originally. But Stephen Miller and Jeff Goldman and John Wilkins, these are 3 skiers. John Wilkins was our 14th skier off the dock. Stephen Miller was 18th skier off the dock, and Jeff Goldman was a 19th skier off the dock. So these guys have been sitting for more than 10 skiers watching this event, watching the conditions go up and down. It is kind of chilly. The sun's not out, and we've got the wind gusts. It's around 75 degrees. So I'm sure they've gotten stiff, probably down there doing some calisthenics or what they need to do to get back in their mindset, get their body loosened up. They're going to have to come back out here at 32 off for a 3-way runoff in men's 6.
Credit card, does that work?
Yeah. You know what? We're gonna just throw this one in today.
Okay.
We'll charge. We'll take for it.
We'll take Venmo though for tips.
Yeah.
What letter would you like?
A1. 34.
Nope. Starting at 32 off.
Good thing is you've already been on it and you know what it is.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna make it a little more fun. We're gonna throw a little rain at you too.
I think I just felt some rain.
So resetting the stage here, men's 6 slalom, we've got a 3-way tie.
Just when you thought it couldn't
That
get
3-way tie is between Jeff Goldman, Stephen Miller, John Wilkins. One of those skiers is strapping on the ski as we speak. After we determine this 4th and 5th place spot here in the men's 6 slalom event, we're going to run into the men's 7. Gentlemen will be next on the water there. Another long list on the slalom running order to the men's 7. We're showing 33 skiers on that running order. Those gentlemen will be aged between 65 to 69 years of age.
A rope preference?
But before we get the start of that event, we got a 3-way tie here for 4th place. So this will determine your 4th and 5th spot on the podium in the men's 6 event at the 2021 Goode U.S. Nationals. Here we go, our first skier on the water. This is 32 off. Stephen Miller, lucky draw of the straw to go first. Wind pretty tough right now again. Stephen Miller handle high, coming around 2, trying to get 3. He's around 3. Around 4, still pulling over to 5. Real late in round 5. He's around 5, but ski comes off. And quite honestly, that's going to be a pretty decent mark for him. You can see the conditions, the chop on that ski as he's going around 1 ball. Back to the heavy gust. Blowing, he's swimming after his ski. He's actually having to swim hard to catch up to his ski as it came off, and his ski's floating down the lake. So, not sure what score they gave him, if it's be a quarter or a half. So 4 1/2 for him as his score to start off this 3-way tie. That was Stephen Miller. We got 2 more left in this runoff for 4th place to determine 4th and 5th. Men's 6 slalom. Right now, Stephen Miller went out first. He set the bar at 4 1/2 buoys. Conditions came back up. So, here we go. We just had the champion, Mark Brandt, walk by us here. He's like, this is just like home. I ski in this stuff at home. He prepares for days like this. It's what you got to do. It's not what you want to do, but it's what you need to do. Nevertheless, back in our runoff, 3-way runoff now on the water, John Wilkins. Stephen Miller went out. Oh, and John gets deep at 1 ball, pops the handle. He is not going to catch up to the 4 1/2 set off the dock by Stephen Miller in this runoff. But again, John Wilkins with the longest sit of all 3 of them. Going out at 32 off the dock, sitting for a good hour anyway. Going down around 1 ball. So that puts Stephen Miller on the podium. But we don't know which place on the podium. It's going to be either 4th or 5th.
No, I got plenty of it. You got a motorhome, take it. I got a motorhome. I've got another one.
That's not going to be decided until we get Mr. Jeff Goldman, your next and final skier in this runoff, off the dock. You can see there with our dock side view, he's riding a D3 Evo. But after Jeff Goldman, I imagine we'll have a quick break. After that quick break, we'll be running into the men's 7 group. Your 65 to 69-year-old gentlemen, 33 of them on that running order, quite a few of them. Jeff Goldman on the dock. He was staring down the water conditions. He knows he's got to get 5 to take the 4th place medal.
Hey, did you want to check that handle?
If he does that, that'll put Stephen Miller in 5th place.
So whichever one you want.
But he also knows it's tough conditions. You got to be patient, but you got to be strong. In conditions like this, more importantly, you got to be mentally strong. Up on the water around the North Island, you can see the chatter and the spray coming off that Mastercraft. Jeff Goldman, you can see a ski vibrating terribly. 32 off, coming in around 1. Unable to get to 2. So that should put Jeff Goldman in 5th place and Stephen Miller in 4th place, completing this men's 6 slalom event. Very exciting skiing here at the end, fighting through the diverse conditions. We'll have a quick break here between this men's 6 and men's 7 slalom event, and we'll be right back at you, bringing you the live coverage through the Waterski Broadcasting Company, sponsored by Liquid Edge here at the Goode Nationals. in Wilmington, Illinois.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. I got no.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
USA Waterski and Wake Sports is recognized by the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee as a national governing body for all of towed water sports. Each of our 9 sport disciplines hold both local, regional, state, and national tournaments. Each of these tournaments attracts hundreds of participants and thousands of attendees. We have over 15,000 members from all across the country. There are a number of benefits to joining USA Waterski and Wake Sports. One is the opportunity to compete, but secondly, it's an opportunity to join a family, to join a water ski community that really enjoys life on the water. There are many other ancillary benefits. You get our magazine, you get customized content delivered to your email box every month, and you get great discounts from our industry partners as well.
USA Waterski doing an amazing job of bringing people together, all under one umbrella and celebrating the sport that we love.
And the great thing about the USA Waterski program is that a lot of families coming here, so a lot of parents and 2 or 3 generations are all competing, and it's just such a great family sport.
It wasn't until my late teens that I learned about competitive water skiing and joined USA Waterski back then. Been a member ever since.
I've only been a member since 1965.
I'm absolutely a member of the USA Waterski. I've been a member for a very, very long time.
I'm a USA Waterski competitor, and it's just a great opportunity to get active and be out in the sun and meet people.
Check out everything we've got going on. Visit usawaterski.org. You can also see the different disciplines that we have going on there and see what all else is going on around the country.
eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
retirement, most people worry about one thing. Do I have enough money? Am I gonna be okay? But there are more things to consider, like inflation, taxes, and when should you take Social Security? We at Drake & Associates want to help. Visit us at wealthwisconsin.com for a list of upcoming classes or to schedule a complimentary consultation and learn how you could retire happy and worry-free. That's wealthwisconsin.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with him, a good relationship with the company. And I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around. Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now? For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first. But this year, things are a little different. That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change. We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
All right, welcome back on Lake 1, Slalom Lake. We're trying to get things underway here for men's 7. They took a 15-20 minute weather break to see what the storms around the area were going to do, and everything broke up that was coming towards us, thankfully. All we had was some very light mist, if you will, as far as rain goes for a short time, and then it seemed as though the wind was actually going to chill out a little bit, but now as they got that boat back out, the winds are picking back up. So it's still going to be definitely part of something that the skiers are going to have to deal with. Is going to be the wind throughout the day. So, you know, if it's a strategic thing to overcome or if it's a mental block, talking to some of these men's 6 skiers during the delay, some guys were disappointed in themselves for the fact that they don't practice in wind. If they get a little bit of a ripple or if it's choppy, they just go mow the grass or do whatever else they need to have done and wait for a calmer day. But the champion definitely said that he practices in the rough water, and you can see how that definitely helped him today to take home the gold. These other guys were saying, no more, I'm not passing up skiing and chop, because it is something that we most likely at one time or another we're going to have to deal with it, the adverse conditions. So you might as well train in the adverse conditions, so when that day comes, you're a little more relaxed at the starting dock. So I'm sure we're going to run into the same thing throughout this men's 7 event. Starting this off with Timothy Dwyer. He's coming in 30 miles per hour, 15 off. Timothy, the first skier here, and down around 2 ball on his opener. Actually, that is not far off of his average. His average is 1.8. So Timothy Dwyer, you can tell just by the way he was going into 2 ball there, the wind right now has got some serious chop on this slalom lake. We're talking white capping. We got on Lake 2, we got Tony Lightfoot announcing the Men 3 trick event, and these first few trickers are known to be jumpers, but they're coming out tricking, and it's just been very entertaining and fun to watch. So make sure you set your tabs up on your computers. Bounce back and forth. Both lakes are very entertaining, and we're happy to be able to provide the coverage with Waterski Broadcasting Company for you. Thanks to the Liquid Edge out of Farmer City, Illinois, your Mastercraft and Nautique boat dealership down there. About 2 hours away from us here where we're sitting right now, the Liquid Edge. Also need to thank the title sponsors, Goode Waterski and also USA Waterski and Wakeboard. Visit their websites, check out their products. So this men's 7 event, age range from 65 to 79 years young. Their max boat speed, we believe, is 32. Then at that 32 miles per hour, once they start completing those passes, we'll start cutting the rope. You can see here, to my right, to your left, Tony Lightfoot, partnering up this week. He and I are, along with the rest of the Waterski Broadcasting Company, bringing coverage from Water's Edge Estates in Wilmington, Illinois. Gotcha. We're back. So Timothy Dwyer was the first skier that went out there on the water. The boat crew did not feel that the boat was mapped, needed to be remapped properly. So Timothy Dwyer is back down at the starting dock. He gets another crack at this. Remember, he fell around 2-ball there on his first pass, so I'm sure he's wanting to go out there and improve off of that. Tossing that handle to Timothy Dwyer, the first men's 7 skier on this long list. 33 total on this list. So we're going to be here a few hours with men's 7. Which is fine and dandy. Each one, they paid their entry fee. They get their opportunity to ski. Around the North Island, your first competitor behind that Malibu boat, Timothy Dwyer, 28 miles per hour, 15 off. Coming in at crack number 1. He's around 1, headed over to 2. Standing up and making it out of 2. Timothy's looking a lot better on this. He's thinking about running it. Oh, I don't know. Looks like he was inside 6, but 5 for him. He's got an average of 1.8. So Mr. Dwyer coming out first off the dock, so he is your leader in this men's 7 slalom event at the 2021 Goode Waterski National Championships. So your 0 off replay here with Tim Dwyer. Thought he was going to run that pass. He came up short at 6. So right there around 3 to 4. He was never out of control. He just slowly got down course, ran out of room, couldn't get around 6. But still, again, way above his average. Timothy Dwyer, your current leader on that leaderboard for this men's 7 slalom event. Coming up after him, you look at the running order. You got Bradley Boyd, Pat Coombs, Freddie Snell, Dennis Weiser, Jeff Smith, Bob Archambault, Jim Tranchita, Dale Coffey. Those are your next few skiers coming up in this men's 7 event. Sun's trying to peek out through the clouds now. Definitely could throw on some sunglasses. Hopefully all these clouds and stuff roll out of here. We get some sunshine, brighten the day up a little bit. Pretty sure we're going to have this wind pretty much all day, unfortunately, but the sun comes out, that would help it a little bit. Our next competitor here in the men's 7, Bradley Boyd. He's coming in 26 miles per hour, 15 off, deep out of the turn, going towards the gates. Bradley Boyd around 2-ball. Not able to get over to 4. Bradley Boyd, you can see the replay there, the 0 off replay. Narrow into 1-ball. Just getting deep in the turns. Able to get around 3, but nothing at 4. So that Malibu pulling up to the starting dock, a change of personnel to starting dock. Once we get through a couple skiers, all that'll get ironed out, smoothed out. So next on my list, the third skier off the dock, Pat Coombs. He's around that North Island. .30 miles per hour, 15 off. Pat Coombs, he's a Kentucky resident. Oh, unfortunately down around one. Pat Coombs. Was that a 7? I'm sorry, you heard the bleed over. I was watching the Lake 2. Tony Lightfoot announcing the trick lake. We've got men's 3 tricks, and an amazing athlete out there right now. He has a full right arm, but from the elbow down on the left arm, he's missing. And he cut out one of his last tricks. He cut out to the right side with that left arm holding the handle with the right arm. He stood up, threw the handle above his head, and tried to do a surface 720. Very impressive over there. So set your computers up. You can get your tabs set up and click back and forth between Tony and myself. I'm Troy Zellner, announcing Lake 1. The Slalom Lake with Tony all week long. Takes a team from the Waterski Broadcasting Company to put all this together, from the cameras, the producers. So hopefully you enjoy this. Send some comments our way. Let us know. Checking out our VIP tent, or the concession area tent. I imagine that tent was quite a bit more full there when the rain was spitting out a little while ago. At 28 miles per hour, though, 15 off, Mr. Freddie Snell. He's coming in past number 1 at 28 miles per hour. 15 off, I believe he is a California man. Making his way down the course. He's heading in a south direction. Around 6 and through the gates. Freddie Snell completing pass number 1. So a 0 off replay. Freddie Snell making his way down pass number 1. 2 hand-in turns on both sides of the course. Very solid opening pass for him. So being below the maximum boat speed for this division, Freddie Snell, he's got the option either increase that boat speed, or he can cut the line length, whichever he feels like he wants to do. Wind has let up some. It's still there. I'd say we're still around 9-10 mile per hour breeze right now, but it's nothing like it was about an hour ago, that's for sure. All right, Freddie, he increased the boat speed up to 30. This is pass number 2, still at 15 off. He's around 2, heading over to 3. Looking good. Now he's getting in the heavier part of the wind down here around 5 and 6, but doesn't seem to bother him much. He's still able to get out around 6 and through the gates. Freddie Snell completing pass number 2. That was 30 miles per hour, 15 off. All right, I can hear the Mastercraft behind me. It's powering up. It's going around that North Island. That's a good thing because I couldn't hear it earlier. That's kind of saying, I hate to bring it up, maybe that wind decides it's going to let up a little bit. But right now, Freddie Snell, 32 miles per hour. This is max speed here for men's 7. He's still at the red loop. He's 15 off, making his way down course. He's getting late. He's got to be able to get over to 6. He's late into 6. He just maintained that lateness. Looks like he squeaks that one out. Freddie Snell will await the confirmation from the officials, but looks like he squeaked out 4, 5, and 6 at max speed 32, 15 off. So you can see you getting some big turns there, but he never freaked out. He never tried to hammer the turn to create angle to make up for the ground that he lost. He just stayed patient, did what he needed to do to get through that pass. Probably feeling a relief, feeling a little bit lucky maybe that he was able to get around 6 and through the gates. So we should be cutting the line length here. 4th skier off the dock already. So that Malibu pulling up, Freddie Snell. This is going to be a tailwind. This is 22 off. Men's 7, your current leader right now. Tailwind, see if he can handle it. Going into 1 ball. Not a bad one, lacking some angle, but he's still able to get around 2. Barely around 3. He's going to have to work to get around 4. Inside 4, though. But 3 at 22 off. Freddie Snell, he's your current leader in men's 7. So don't forget, coming up towards the end of the week, actually Thursday, Friday, we've got the U.S. Open. The Laura Lee U.S. Open. If you're not sure what Laura Lee is, that is a dress company that I would imagine Peaches Boutiques sells. That's the Surday business here in upwards closer to Chicago area. All right, Dennis Weiser, pass number 1. He's starting at 32 miles per hour. He's at 15 off. Our conditions are improving as we speak. Hopefully that continues or maintains at least and doesn't go back to where it was. Dennis Weiser through pass 1. That was 32.15. So we're going to be cutting that rope from red and we're going to go yellow bring him back in at 22 off. Unless he would be courageous enough to opt up. I doubt it. But it's always fun to see. So coming back, pass number 2, tailwind pass, Dennis Weiser. This is going to be 22 off for him. Right now in the lead is 3 at 22 off. Oh, and getting deep around 2 ball, unable to come out. Dennis Weiser going to be 2.5 at 22 off for him. So unofficially, that means Freddie Snell still holding that lead with 3 at 22 off. Very early on in this men's 7 event, though. We've got a long ways to go and plenty of time to get there. Freddie Snell still leading, 3 at 22 off. Dennis Weiser in second with 1 1/2 at 22 off. Timothy Dwyer 5 at, and then Bradley Boyd 2. And Pat Coombs with 1/2. There's your top 5 upcoming skiers. You got Jeff Smith, Bob Archambault, and Jim Tranchita. Your next 3 going to be coming off the dock in this men's 7 slalom event. So keep in mind we got men 3 tricks going on. Lake number 2. Simultaneous broadcast, simultaneous live. You can watch both. Hit the tabs, click back and forth, but don't go far. On the lake, Jeff Smith, he's 32 miles per hour at 32 off. That's max boat speed, 32 off. Jeffrey Smith. This gentleman, it took some courage to come off that dock at 32 off. I can guarantee you that. Now, he's had some health issues over the last couple years. Had to back off skiing for a little bit, but he's getting back into it now. He used to be very competitive, top 10, if not top 5 skier in all the slalom years. And you can tell why. He comes off the dock cold at 32 off, runs it into the headwind. He knows when we get down towards the bottom of this running order, it's going to take probably in the 38 off line length to get on the podium. We got some very high averages down towards the beginning or the end of this event. Jeff knowing good and well, he's seen the weather be up and down. Maybe he's just thinking, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to put a high mark, see if these guys can do it. We'll see what the weather does in the next couple hours. It may or may not be a factor, but right now, 35 off tailwind, Jeff Smith standing up at 2 ball, going to the wakes, but nonetheless, really amping up that leaderboard with 2 at 35 off. I have a feeling that's going to sit there for a while. However, you never know. Some of these other guys that I may not be aware of might be able to come out and do the exact same thing that Jeff just did there. But Jeffrey Smith taking the lead at 2 at 35 off. Freddie Snell bumping down to second. Now Dennis Weiser third. Tim Dwyer in fourth and Brad Boyd in fifth. So that's your current leader that you're looking at there in the water, Jeff Smith, making his way up the shoreline. And that skier behind the boat is going to be Bob Archambault. Bob, one of the announcers here up on the PA system throughout this week. He's starting 32 miles per hour, 28 off. Bob coming out of 2, getting a little bit back, that handle high. He's late in hitting 3 right out of a ski. Bob Archambault with a big hand wave. Looking like 2 1/2 for him on his opening pass. So here we go. Bob just getting a little off balance there, staying on the back of the ski, trying to get everything he can, but then he reaches for, oh my, what a fall. Just launched, dove out of that ski, hit the water like he was doing a dive and flipped. Bob Archambault, so far, he's not on the leaderboard, but he is on the, as far as buoy total. However, he's leading the fall of the event so far, Bob Archambault. Next skier coming up in this men's 7 event, a local boy, lives on the lakes, puts in effortless hours, or a lot of hours I should say, and that's Jim Tranchita. He's going to take a stab at what he can do here today. 32 miles per hour, 22 off, Jim Tranchita. He's very instrumental in a lot of things getting prepared for this tournament. Having fun with the crowd out there completing pass number 1, Jim Tranchita. That was 22 off. Jimmy, he needs to bend those legs a little bit, especially in these conditions when you got this chop out there. Straight legs in the turns, there's not going to be very beneficial at some point when you've got the conditions that we're dealing with. Right now, they're not bad. I mean, they're about where they were back this morning. I would say we're back to that 9 mile per hour rate with the winds coming down the lake. The chop is considerably less than what we've seen earlier in the day, so good things going our way right now anyway on the Mother Nature. The sun's coming back out. Speaking of back out, Jim Tranchita's on the water. Hopping the wakes, coming around the turn island, swinging out by the green buoys. This is 28 off for him. Let's see if he's more relaxed now and can kind of clean it up a little bit and bend those knees. Looking good around 2 ball, over to 3. So round 5, pulling that handle high and dropping the shoulder, but he's still able to get out around 6. A little spook for the Jim Tranchita fans on the shoreline between 5 and 6, but able to complete that downwind 28 off Jim Tranchita. He has a ways to go to challenge the leader. Jeff Smith just came out, put the mark out there, 32 off the dock, and then an additional 2 at 35 off. That's what we got leading the event right now. That's Jeff Smith, but on the water, hoping to be able to challenge that. He's going to have to get through this next pass. Your 32 off is a must-make pass at the moment to challenge the leader. Very early on, we're on skier number 8 of 33 here in this men's 7 event. That skier's Jim Tranchita. He's cutting out, setting up for his 32 off pass here. Oh, a little long pull over to 2 ball. Too much into 2. Losing the handle around 2, Jim Tranchita. It looks like 1.5 at 32 off for him at this year's 2021 Nationals. We're still on Men 3 trick over there on Lake 2. Tony Lightfoot bringing you the goods from that lake. Set your tabs, go back and forth between tricks and slalom. So we're in the men's 7 event. Many of these gentlemen have kids and grandkids that are involved in the sport as well, providing support as they come out of the lake. And obviously the grandparents providing the funds for the kids and the grandkids to be able to participate in this rather expensive hobby. Now we've got next competitor, men's 7, Dale Coffey, 32 miles per hour, 28 off. He's coming out at 28 off top speed. Oh, going down around 3. Dale Coffey, I looked down to write his starting speed and line length down and look up and he's in the water. So let's see what happens here. A little narrow into two from 1. Just looks like he fell into his turn there around 3 ball, dropped that shoulder, unable to come away from it with 2.5 on his opening pass there. Dale Coffey. Skier number 10 on this men's 7 running order, David Reigart. Is who I've got next on this running order. So several skiers here in the next probably 15, 20 skiers. Very tight with their averages. Right now on the water, David, he's at 32 miles per hour, 22 off for his warm-up pass. Going out there to get a feel of the conditions. Round 5, making his way over to 6, and successfully from this viewpoint through pass number 1, David Reigart. So on the replay, you see there David making his way through the pass. Malibu up to speed here, 32 miles per hour, 28 off. David Reigart, he's going to run this. He needs to run this and the next pass if he's going to challenge our leader. Conditions are getting more fit. Oh, he loses the handle there around 4. Not real happy about it either. David Reigart going down around 4, scoring 3.5 there at 28 off. Straight legs there coming through. We have another skier up off the dock in this men's 7 slalom event. John Nicely is the next one on that list. He's going to be coming in, taking a poke at it. He's at 22 off, max speed 32 miles per hour. John making his way down the lake into the headwind off the dock. Looking good at around 5, making his way over to 6. John Nicely, opening pass, successful 6. 32 miles per hour, 22 off. You got your 0 off replay showing us inch by inch. John Nicely making his way through his opening pass. Completing that opening pass of 22 off, John Nicely. So we're going to shorten that rope up here in this men's 7. He will be coming down back in at 28 off. Tony has such a good men's 3 trick event going on over there. He's making it difficult for me to be able to keep up with my own event. But you can flip back and forth if you wish. Both lakes running simultaneously as well as the broadcast. Right now, 28 off. John Nicely, pass number 2 for him. This is a must-make pass here in men's 7. Oh, and he's getting deep around 2 ball on the tail. Just falling over. John Nicely. I would have to say that's probably kind of an unexpected fall for himself. So the conditions, you know, even though they're looking better sitting up in a chair, looking down on the lake, you don't really know until you get out there and you give it a whirl. But it's still rather difficult out there. These guys are struggling with the wind and the chop. Get you an update here on what our wind is really rolling down the lake at. I'm going to guess 9 or 10 miles per hour. So it's just enough to bother you, but not enough that it should be affecting these guys that much. Well, I shouldn't have guessed because I was way off. Like I said, it's tough sitting up here, but right now we got a 14 mile per hour wind. So yeah, that's pretty substantial, and that makes it more understanding why these guys are struggling some of these early passes. But right now, John Abel's going to have an opportunity to see what he can show us at 32 miles per hour, 22 off is his opening choice. Oh, he's getting late there around 4. He's going to have to make so John Abel, let's see what happens here. He's coming through the gates. Patient 1 ball. Not a lot of angle, though, across the lake. So he's already late there coming out of 2. And definitely getting down further down the lake as we're progressing here and unable to get there around 4. So looking. Looks like an early end to his day, John Abel. Right now on the leaderboard, we've got Jeff Smith still 2 at 35 off. Jim Tranchita with 1 1/2 at 32 off. David Reigart 3 1/2 at 28 off. John Nicely 1 1/2 at 28 off. And Freddie Schnell sitting in 5th, 3 at 22 off. That's your 5 right now in men's 7. We've got a very long ways to go. Not even halfway point yet in this men's 7 event. All right, here we go, up on the water. Around the North Island, our next competitor in this men's 7, we've got James Griffin on the running order. 32 miles per hour. Oh, our second skier to start at 32 off. Max boat speed. Courageous in the wind. James Griffin. However, he's down early there. Handle left his hand out there by 2 ball. Getting pulled up and pulled right into 1 ball. Very narrow. Almost going out the front. James Griffin down around 2 ball there on pass number 1 for him. Here we're back at the starting dock. Men's 7. You can see the wind blowing the shorts as they're down there preparing to get ready for their opportunity to go on to Lake 1 here. That's our dedicated slalom lake for the whole U.S. National Championships right there. Lake 1, even the U.S. Open is using that same lake for slalom and tricks. Coming up Thursday afternoons, the preliminaries, and then the finals are Friday late afternoon into the night jumping. But it's only Monday. Right now we've got Robert Howerton. Robert's going to be coming in at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. He's going to take his chance here in this wind and gets pulled up from 2 to 3. Let's see if this was just a victim of the wind. Not much angle there from 1 to 2. Way down course coming out of 2 and just not even willing to throw the ski out close enough at 3 ball. So 2 buoys here for Robert Howerton. So that's devastating for these last 3 skiers in a row have not been able to run their opening pass. Getting down to your top seeds over there on Lake 2 in the men 3 tricks. Some very impressive tricking. Tony Lightfoot making the call over there, keeping things exciting. As if they don't need to be fluffed anyway. These guys are throwing some flips and line tricks. Very impressive skiing going on over there. But stay with me here or go back and forth. Just don't leave for very long, because we still have a lot of these men's 7 slalom skiers to go yet in this event. We're not quite halfway. We're knocking at the door of getting to halfway through this event. I would guess that they may do a boat change. Earlier today they did a boat change whenever we had a bigger event in the middle of it, so we may do the same thing here. Coming up on Lake 1, William Massey. He's your next contestant here in men's 7 at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. Last 3 guys have been unable to make their first pass. Let's see if William can break that streak, a nasty streak. Let's get him through here. Let's get behind him, get him around 5 ball, make him get over to 6, get around 6. And through the gates, awesome. William Massey making that opener. That's a little sigh of relief for the guys down at the starting dock, knowing that somebody is able to go out there and complete their opening pass in these conditions. William Massey. He's got the rope. I imagine he's cutting that rope down to 28 off down there on the south end. We're running the Malibu boat. Malibu response here in this men's 7 event. You can see the VIP tent, the calm before the storm, because we're nearing lunch hour. These men 3 trickers are getting through their event, and I'm sure they're going to come down and grab some food. But our men's 7 event, we've got a long ways to go. Get through that before they're ready to get some food. Here we go, 28 off, William Massey coming in, tailwind. Oh, pulling the handle up way high up above his head there. I don't know if he just couldn't get slowed down on his glide or if he just too much into 1 ball, but not able to get near 2 ball. But 1 at 28 off for him. William Massey going to have one at 28 going in the scorebooks for this 2021 Goode National Championship. So just unable to get a good one ball. Gets him short of 2. So next on the running order, skier number 16 out of 33. So we're right at that halfway point here in men's 7. We've got D. Johnson on this running order. At 22 off, 32 miles per hour. All these guys electing the 32 mile per hour max speed off the dock. So D. Johnson, 22 off. Oh, inside of 5, unable to get around 5. Looks like it's going to be 4. Another one falling short of able to make the opening pass. D. Johnson. So let's see. Just getting too far on the back of the ski, not able to have any angle going in. I'm not going to, I don't think I can blame that one on the wind. I hate to say it. But that looked like that was just an error on the skier. But right now, the running board, leaderboard, Jeff Smith still leading 2 at 35 off. Jim Tranchita in second with 1 1/2 at 32 off. David Reigart, 3 1/2 at 28 off. John Nicely, 1 1/2 at 28 off. And then Freddie Snell still hanging on 5th spot there, 3 at 22 off. So those guys are holding on here on that leaderboard. Not much changing going on there. They're staying atop there, but we're just about halfway through. 33 contestants. We're on number 17 coming off the dock. So we'll see if they're going to do a driver crew change or just roll on with the same crews through this whole event. Not quite sure what that game plan is, but nonetheless, we're going to continue to bring the coverage. Skier by skier, event by event, day by day. Here you got the big kahuna, Roy Surday. Very instrumental in getting this Nationals up and going and put together. Dave Preston on the water. He's 28 off max speed. So we'll see how this strategy plays out for Dave. We've had a few skiers here unable to make it through the opening pass at 22 off. So Dave coming right out at 28 off. Looking good, making it through that pass. Dave Preston making pass number 1. This is 28 off for him. He knows right now Jeff Smith's leading the event with 2 at 35 off. So this 28's just a warm-up pass. He's got to run that downwind 32 off next. Must make pass if he's going to challenge to take the lead from Jeff Smith. Here we go. Slalom Lake tailwind. 32 off. Dave Preston must make pass to challenge the leader. Oh, just a little relaxed coming out of 2. Let's see if he, yeah. I thought he was staying patient coming out of 3, but then all of a sudden he just took a big hit, could not hang on. Really not a bad one ball. He looked good and controlled. Little down course at 2 there, then in the 3 with the straight legs. And just losing that handle. So it's looking like 2.5 at 32 off there for Dave Preston. They're continuing throwing ropes back and forth down at the starting dock. I do see a couple yellow shirts down there, though, so we may be doing a change here in the next skier or so. But as of now, we're continuing on. Next skier on the running order is Mark Powers. Here we go. Next on the water, Mark Powers. He's coming in yellow, 28 off for his opening warm-up pass. Getting pulled out a little bit there around 2 ball. Still able to get over to 3 and making his way down the lake. See if he can remain patient, get through this pass. Oh, coming up, having to pull to get through the gates. 28 off, Mark Powers. Let's see right now on Lake 2. Trick Lake got the Precious Little Girls 1 event going on, being called by Tony Lightfoot. Another exciting event coming in on the schedule of events. Girls 1 tricks. Tab back and forth between the lakes. Don't forget, you can go to Waterski Results to keep up with your live tab on Waterski Results. The results from previous events already over.
Come here. Bella.
But we're second by second, as live as you can be right now in this men's 7 slalom event. Mark Powers, this is 32 off. Again, now this 32 off is a must-make pass. He's way back on that ski, shoulders way back around 1 ball, no angle into 2, unable to come out at 2. Another skier there. Going down fairly early in this 32 off pass. Mark Powers with 1 1/2 at 32 off for his score in the 79th Goode National Water Ski Championships. Looks like we're changing crews down here midway through this men's 7. We'll take a quick break and be right back at you once they get things ready to roll.
eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
All right. That was a longer break than what I expected, but we're back. I believe they fueled up that Malibu, switched out the boat crews. Now we're hooking things back up. We're going to get back in this routine and get through the second half of these men's 7 skiers. We've got your current leader still, Jeffrey Smith. He's sitting with 2 at 35 off. He was our 6th skier off of the dock. So Jeff Smith running 2 at 35 off, leading this men's 7 event. So we had enough time to take a break and drink a couple old Smokies. No, not really. We can't drink alcohol while we're working. but it sounds inviting. Let us know what you think. Give us some feedback on the Old Smokies. All right, next on the running order, we've got Paul Armour. I know Paul jumped yesterday. I don't really know what he finished, but right now he's at 32 miles per hour, 22 off here at the Slalom Lake. Back underway in this men's 7 event. Making his way over there around 4. Round 5, making his way around 6. He's stoked, a little fist pump. Making it through pass number 1. Paul Armour, that was 22 off. So watching Paul Armour make his first pass on that 0 off replay. Gonna be cutting that rope to 28 off for Paul. Here we are, pass number 2, Paul Armour. It's a tailwind. It's manageable now. The water is much better than what we've seen earlier. So Paul, hopefully he can take advantage of these conditions. Not perfect, but definitely manageable, and he does, making it through that 28 off, pass number 2 for him. So, as soon as I brag on the wind, laying down a little bit, she seems to be kicking back up. So it's just going to be one of those days, every time you come around the island, if you've got a landmark, a flag, or something like that, you need to take a peek at it, because about every pass it seems to be a little bit different. Definitely between skiers, or every skier, something's a little bit different. It's up and down. Primarily it's the same direction, so it's just a change of how strong it is. But Paul Armour, he's ran his first 2 passes. Now he's at 32 off. He's got to run this. Oh, this is 35 off. Getting around 6. Good skiing, Paul Armour. I would like to confirm exactly what rope length we're at. I thought he started at 22 off, but maybe not. Maybe there was 28 off. But, yeah, so confirmed 6 at 35 off. Paul Armour, your new leader now in this men's 7 event. Running 35 off. So things are changing here on the leaderboard in this men's 7 event. Paul Armour just running 35 off. He's halfway. Remember, he's our first skier after this halfway split with the change of officials. So if this is any indication of what these top skiers or second half of these skiers in this men's 70 event are going to do or capable of, this is going to be another exciting one. So, Paul, this is the first one we've seen at 38 off here in this men's 7 event. Their max boat speed's 32 miles per hour. So, Paul, he had a good start going into one ball. He just wheelied out a little bit, unable to get great angle, but able to get around 2. So, looking like 2 at 38 off. Paul Armour, whoa, extending that lead big time. So, yeah. So let's see here. I thought Paul looked pretty good going into one. Yeah. Just got on the tail too much. But enough to get around 2. But had he been able to stay with it better, he may have been able to get a better 2 and at least something at 3. But nonetheless, he's the new leader. Paul Armour, 2 at 38 off. Different angle there with your 0 off replay. Great camera coverage by the Waterski Broadcasting Company. So there's your updated leaderboard. Paul Armour in first, 2 at 38 off. Jeff Smith second, 2 at 35 off. Dave Preston, 2.5 at 32 off, and a 2-way tie for fourth with 1.5 at 32 off. Mark Powers and Jim Tranchita. Things are getting exciting. We got 13 more. Right now, 28 off. Robert McVitie coming in past number 1. He's completing that pass. Paul McVitie. You can definitely tell if you look at the ski going around the buoys, not near as much chatter as what we've seen here earlier in the day. So I don't want to jinx it because every time I mention it, it comes back, but things are looking in a positive direction right now on the slalom lake here. So here we go. Paul McVitie, he's on the water. He's ran his first pass. The guy just went in front of him. Paul Armour setting a new pace at 2 at 38 off. Telling those boys, you got to run 35. 35 is a must-make pass. Right now, Paul McVitie, this is 32 off. Tailwind for him. Standing up a little bit. Coming out of 1 ball, still around 2, making his way over to 3. He's staying patient. He's not panicking. He's around 5 ball. Pulled out a little bit. He's going to have to pull long, but he's able to get around 6 and through the gates. That was 32 off. Paul McVitie running 32 off tailwind here, setting up a 35 off headwind. We got Tony Lightfoot on Lake 2 still announcing these women or girls 1 trickers. set it up. You can have two monitors going on at the same time, or you can select tab back and forth here and stay live with the Waterski Broadcasting Company's production of the 79th Goode National Waterski Tournaments, sponsored by the Liquid Edge out of Farmer City, Illinois. Right now, 35 off. This is a must-make pass to challenge the leader, Robert McVitie. Oh, just not getting the one ball that he needed. You knew he had to have a one ball to run the pass, so he pretty much had to go for it. And unfortunately, he was not able to come out of it and to get around two. So 1 at 35 off there for Paul McVitie. So you can see the VIP tent, sure enough, getting closer to lunchtime. People are hanging out in there. Sun is out. The food is cooking. Smells delicious. It's about that time, my stomach's telling me. Two or three different concessions trailers here this week providing food for us. I haven't found an Old Smoky in either concession stand though. All right, next on my list here, men's 7 slalom. The 21st skier off the dock. We've got 33 total in this event. Mike Bray is the name that I've got coming up. We're awaiting that Malibu. Get Mike up on the water, bring him around the island. Let him have his opportunity to challenge the leaders here in this men's 7 slalom event. Here we go at 28 off the dock, 14.25 meters. Mr. Mike Bray sporting the USA life jacket. Oh, getting pulled out hard from 2 to 3. Still able, a little bit of panic maybe. He knew he had to scramble after he had the 2 ball that he had. So 3 1/2 there for Mike Bray on his opening pass. Down considerably early compared to what he had in mind for his tournament here, I'm sure. But just getting pulled out around the buoys, unable to make it back up. And just dropping down back and into the water there around 4 ball. Working our way down the list here towards the top seeds. We're not to the top 10 yet, but we're getting closer. We're 2 away from that. On the dock there with the D3 jacket. You might recognize him as much behind the wheel of a boat as much as he is on the water. One of the best boat drivers in the world, sitting on the end of the dock there waiting his turn to get up on the water and show us what he can do on a slalom ski, Mr. Will Bush. Will not only puts in hour after hour, a lot of hours in driving the boats, but he's instrumental in the boat industry itself with the innovation and technology and designs. He's going to have his opportunity to show us what he can do on top of the water, holding on to the rope, the handle, instead of hooking it to the pylon. He's on the other end. Here we go. He's up. He's coming around the island. Headwind off the dock at 28 off. Will Bush, pass number 1 for him. Here at Water's Edge Estates, Wilmington, Illinois. He's wanting to feel things out, see what the conditions really are. Wide and early at 6 ball. Will Bush running through pass number 1 at 28 off. Watching the replay presented to you by Zero Off. Zero Off, your towboat control, speed control system. Running here at the 79th Goode National Waterski Tournament. See all the spectators and competitors sitting on the shoreline, soaking up some of the sun that's peeking out. We're glad to see. We did get some rain last night after the tournament ended. Shortly after, we started to get some rain, ended up with a little over a ½ inch. Not enough to affect things, though. Right now, Will Bush, pass number 2, 32 off. This is a tailwind. It's also a pass that he knows he's got to run. He's around 3, heading over to 4, looking pretty good and early at 4. Will Bush making his way down around 5. Nice and easy pull over. Still early to 6, even at 32 off. Through the gates, Will Bush. Pass number 2, 32 off. In the books. Now we're coming in at the blue loop, 35 off. This is a must-make pass to challenge the leader right now with 2 at 38 off, Paul Armour. So Will getting his mind set down there at the north end of the lake, knowing that he's got a headwind to run this 35 off. He knows he has to run it. And it's probably going to take a complete 38 off pass would be my guess, or really deep into 38 to win this event, as long as our wind conditions can continue to be where they're at now. So even putting that's a step ahead, but Will may have that in the back of his mind. Right now in the front of his mind, he's getting set up here for this must-run 35 off headwind. Will Bush, here we go, round 1. Oh, standing up, coming out of round 2. And that's going to be about all he can get. Just that start hurt him. Not getting through that pass. Little slack handle came up somewhat there at 1 ball. A lot more slack at 2 ball. Then having to pull long, getting around 3. So 3 at 35 for him. Making his way back down the lake towards the starting dock is the Malibu response. Swing Will Bush back into the shore so he can get back into some dry clothes. Here we are, men's 7 slalom still. We've got a few to go. On the water coming at us now, Mr. George Levine. He's starting at 28 off. Making his way there from 4 over to 5, and coming around 5, heading over to 6. George Levine successfully completing 28 off out off the dock as his warm-up pass. George Levine skiing out here today, dedicating his set here to Dave Goode, the late Dave Goode, Goode Industries. Okay, here we go. Coming south from the south, heading north. That's going to produce a tailwind for pass number 2, 32 off, George Levine. He's got to make this, and he's got, deep around 1 ball. Loses the handle. Shocked is George Levine. Trying to figure out what happened. Let's see if we can tell with this 0 off replay. Just a lot of slack, and he's unable to pull it out. George Levine, 1/2 at 32 offs. What's going to go in the scorebook for him here today? That's still leaving Paul Armour as your leader with 2 at 38 off here. Will Bush moved into second place, pushing down Jeff Smith the third by 1 buoy. Will's got 3 at 35. Jeff's got 2 at 35. In fourth is Robert McVitie with 1 at 35 off, and sitting in fifth spot, Dave Preston with 2.5 at 32 off. Your current top 5 leaders in this men's 7 event. We're going to find out how long they're going to be there, because right now we're going to be getting into our top 10 in this men's 7 event. Our number 10 seed is a name you've heard quite often in the slalom industry, is Kim Contos on my list. Kim Contos, I've seen him come off the dock at 32 off a few times. I'm not sure if he'll do that today with the wind, but as soon as we can confirm his starting speed, we will let you know. So coming to 28 off, Kim Contos. You're going to get a feel for the conditions. He's around 4, making his way over there around 5. And he does in round 6, going through the gates. Unofficially, Kim Contos making that opening pass at 28 off. You see Kim, he's kind of fighting some slack there around the buoys, having to pull that handle high. You can see a lot of these skiers are using that protective piece on the handle as a guard to prevent injuries from the hands going through the handle, or more serious, possibly your head can get pushed in through the handle. So they make up a handle guard to try and prevent any serious, or more than any serious, type of injuries with that slalom handle. Here we go. Up on the water, coming around the South Island. Number 10 seed, Kim Contos. He's ran 28 off out of the box. He's coming back at 32 off. You've seen the wind play havoc with these guys at this 32 off. A normal pass, it's not much problems. But today that wind's kind of giving them a fit. Just nagging them all the way down on this pass number 2. Making his way over to 5. Kim Contos, a little bit of slack, but nothing too much that's going to affect the end result, running that 32 off. Kim Contos, pass number 2 for him.
Maybe I'm all right, and then I panicked on the 4 ball. What did you wind up? That's good. You ran your opener.
So you can see that wind. It's pushing Kim down lake. On this replay produced by Zero Off. But he was able to stay patient and still get through that. Pass number 2, 32 off. Kim Contos.
I mean, when you tug it, and I run 82, but it's still, it grabs a lot harder than Mastercraft to me. No, it's just, I wish I'd have went and skied with a Malibu a couple times.
I told him, I said, you need to start practicing in our wind. If you can make the wind, you can do the class.
Yeah.
We don't typically go out and ski. He just goes, no, I don't look like you're
well, that's what I was telling somebody. We get a lot of wind at times, but we do too.
We do too, and I tell him all the time, you should go practice. Oh, no.
Most of us 7, so we go, I ain't going out in that.
Here we go, Kim Contos. Pass number 3, 35 off, must run into the wind. A little choppy for him. A little down course at 2, but he's around 3, making his way over long pull there to 4. He's scrambling to get through. He's still around 5, but he's making it. He did it. Living on the edge, Kim Contos excited that he ran 35 off there today in this wind, making himself an opportunity to be a contender for this leader. Right now, Paul Armour, 2 at 38 off on top of the leaderboard.
Well, I see him not, you know, a little less than this I'll ski, but this right here is about my borderline. Back home, it's over 10. We don't use that roll like this. I guess 12 and up. Yeah, I think it hits some of them gusts once in a while.
Yeah, the 14.
Yeah, it's supposed to get worse today.
Oh, yeah. Boy, it's going to be a long drive home.
For a lot of people,
we'll see you next year, I guess.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
Hey, where's Nationals next year?
It's going to be in Wichita.
Oh, Kansas City.
Kansas City, yeah. So it's that far.
Yeah, that's not bad for us.
Yeah, you got a short drive. We'll see you next year, buddy.
Here we go. In this change RV, he needs to get a piece of 3 to take
All right. Coming in money pass right now, Kim Contos. This is 38 off. Right now, Paul Armour leads with 2 at 38 off. Oh, and not a bad one ball. If he can hold on to that. Oh, and he cannot. If he could have held on that 2 ball, the angle he had going, he would have gotten part of 3. But right now, he's tied Paul Armour for the lead with 2 at 38 off. Taking his stance on the leaderboard. Oh, so a surprise. Good thing I'm not an official right now. Paul Armour still your individual leader with 2 at 38 off. Kim Contos being scored 1 1/2 at 38 off. Will Bush sitting in third, 3 at 35 off. Jeff Smith in fourth with 2 at 35 off. And Robert McVitie 1 at 35 off. So 2 buoys separating third to fifth. Some tight skiing here. 1/2 buoy separating first from second. So things are heating up here. We're getting towards the end. Kim Contos was our number 10 seed skier in this men's 7. So keeping the fingers crossed for the wind to stay where it's at. Right now, I'm not going to get greedy and ask for less. Just maintain what we've got, and it's going to be fair for all the skiers through the event. And have an even more exciting finish underway. All right, coming in 28 off his warm-up pass, Dave Buckley. I'm kind of guessing on that last name, so I apologize if it's incorrect. Oh, up early. Coming out at 28 off. Not sure if he just had a bad setup. We'll watch on the 0 off replay, see if we can figure out what happens to Dave. Oh, just he was really, really far on his tail, starting his turn into the gates, and almost fell actually going through the gates and way back again, coming out of 2 ball. So just letting loose of the handle, but unfortunately unable to run past number 1, Dave Buckley, or Buchley, coming up short with 2 total buoys. So in this men's 7, every so often, skier unable to make through pass number 1. So interesting. Then you get a skier that can come out and run 1.5 at 38 off. So it's kind of tickles my curiosity, if you will, whether this is you would think in men's 7 that their mind wouldn't mess with them so much down there on the starting dock, but maybe that's part of it. They're standing down there and they see a guy every so often not able to run this opening pass, and then they start wondering and thinking, and your mind starts playing games with you. I don't know if that's the whole factor. There's definitely some wind to contend with. It's not terrible. It was worse earlier in the day. But, then you've got a guy that goes out and runs 35 off in it, and you got 2 at 38 leading the event, 1.5 in second. We're just up and down, kind of like a roller coaster here in this men's 7 event, but we're going to keep rolling because we got number 8 seed, James Morton. He's coming in at 28 off. James going to be testing the waters, if you will, on pass number 1. Looking good going around 5 ball. On his way over around 6 and through the exit gates. James Morton, warm-up pass at 28 off.
Yeah, that'd be rough for me. That's all right. I am sorry.
They also have a monitor in there, a large and of course they can check in on the Instagram feed as well.
Hey, over here.
Hashtag them with Waterski Podcast. Hashtag Waterski Podcast on either Instagram or Facebook.
There you can see the lunch crowd, the VIP tent, concession area. Here we are. To my right, your left, Tony Lightfoot. He's announcing on the trick lake. Right now we still have girls 1 tricking going through. I'm Troy Zellner on your slalom lake, Lake 1. Bringing you the slalom event. Right now we're in the men's 7. Throughout the week you can see we've got the Morley U.S. Open. That's coming up Thursday afternoon. Friday evening finals for the Morley U.S. Open. Very excited for that. Many years have gone by since we've been able to have the U.S. Open water ski event anywhere, not just at the Nationals alone, but anywhere. So very excited to be able to bring that back to Illinois. Right now on the water, James Morton, he's coming in 32 off. Got a tailwind, don't forget. Round 3, he's got to run this pass and 35 off the next loop if he wants to challenge the leaders. And he's around 5, making his way over to 6. A nicer looking, smoother pass than what his opening pass was. James Morton running 32 off tailwind. You can see the 0 off replay. He had a good 1 ball, stretched out a little bit, left his hips there, coming out of 2 to 3, but he stayed patient through the rest of the pass. Didn't try and jam the ski around in a turn. And just slowly used that good ski all the way through the course, getting around 6 and out the exit gates. That's James Morton. You got the boat judge up in that Malibu. He's going to cut that rope down to 35 off. 35 off is a must-make pass in this men's 7 event should you want to challenge the leader. Right now, still sitting in the lead, Paul Armour. He was the midway guy in this pack. First one out for the second half, first skier for the second crew, running 2 at 38 off. Paul Armour, and then a few skiers later we had Kim Contos, half buoy behind him with 1.5 at 38, sitting in second place. Right now, James Morton, he's going to have a 35 off headwind. He has to make all 6 to challenge the leader. Let's see how his start is. This is the rough end of the lake. You've got the headwind, but you've got the choppier water at the beginning of this pass. Right now, we've got a gust, but he's still fighting his way around. He's going to have to work hard from 5, get 5 over to 6, and he's on the tail, but he gets through the exit gates. James Morton pulling out that 6 ball and through the gates, 35 off. He's going to be coming back at the money pass at 38 off with the tailwind. But watching this 0 off replay, he got a little down course through the pass. He had to make some longer pulls than normal, creating a slack and throwing the body position. You look at that, that is not the body position you want to have going across the wakes, but he held on and got around 6 and through the gates at 35 off. James Morton. So here we go. This is the money pass, 38 off. Right now your leader, Paul Armour, with 2. Second place, Kim Contos with 1 1/2. But I don't see, after watching James go from 5 to 6 at 32 off, I don't see him settling for second or even third. I think he knows Paul Armour sitting up there with 2, and he's going to go as hard as he can to get more than 2 and even try and stretch that leaderboard out, put the pressure on the guys that are left down there at the dock in this men's 7 slalom event. He had some gusty winds there in that 35 off pass. Right now, that gust seems to have let up. So we can get up and get him in here and try and give him the best conditions as possible. At this 38 off, here we go. James Morton setting up. Ever critical start. Oh, he's deep in the front of the ski at 1 ball, unable to pull it out, so that's going to be 1/2 of 38 off for him, but he was going for it. We knew that was going to be the fact after watching him run that 35 off, but just couldn't pull out of that 1 ball, putting him in third place, though, with 1/2 at 38, James Morton. You can see him, that ski just got deep, really cranked around 1 ball there, and he just too much to hang on to. So this is fun. This is getting to be a real fun event here. I'd like to see every guy from this point on. Let's get in that 38 off and let's make this a crowd pleaser as much as possible. So we got our number 7 seed coming up next. On the list, I've got Tom Johnson. All these averages right here in this group are very tight, within a half buoy, 1 buoy of each other. Tom Johnson starting 28 off. Sometimes this opening pass has been quite the hardest pass of the whole set for these skiers. Trying to really figure out the water, how choppy it is, the wind gust. But Tom Johnson, he's successfully through pass number 1 32 miles per hour, 28 off. All right, I'm out of breath because I had to retrieve a paper that flew off our fellow PA announcers. Didn't get their clipboard. I was like, dang, dude, you want me to get you a cheeseburger while I'm at it? But we're back. Got to loosen up a little bit. Tom Johnson, pass number 2 here. This is 32 off, tailwind. I would say on an average day, this pass is just another warm-up pass, release the muscles, but it's windy. And these guys got to take every buoy, one buoy at a time. In this ever one-and-done slalom event. And he did it. Tom Johnson running through 32 off. So over on Lake 2, Trick Lake, we're still in that women, or I keep wanting to call them women's one, they're girls one. Skiers 16 of 19, Tony Lightfoot announcing that one. So your top 3 seeds, 4 seeds coming up there on Lake 2 in this girls one trick event. Check it out if you'd like, then come back and see us on the slalom lake. Bounce back and forth, set your tabs up, multiple monitors, whatever you got to do. We're doing what we can to bring it to you. Wish everybody was here. I wish the shoreline was so full you couldn't walk through, but that's not the case anymore. So we're doing this live webcast for y'all. So right now, Tom Johnson coming in 35 off, must run past the challenge to the leaders. Pretty good conditions here for him, actually. He's coming around 3 ball, making his way over to 4, looking good. He looks like he's going to get it. Round 5 and over to 6. Okay, Tom Johnson running that must make 35 off. So he can get up on the podium and or even better, maybe take the gold. Because right now, 2 at 38 off is the leader. Three other guys have been in 38 off so far in this event. So we've got, unofficially, I've got James Morton with 1/2 at 38 off, and then Kim Contos with 1.5, and then the leader, Paul Armour, with 2 at 38 off. So, yeah. Calvin spot me up with the leaderboard on the screen there. Paul Armour, 2 at 38. Kim Contos, 1.5. James Morton, 1/2. Will Bush still hanging in 4th place with 3 at 35 off, and 5th place holding on. Jeff Smith, you're one of your very first skiers off the dock with 2 at 35 off. And we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. We're on seed number 7. That's Tom Johnson. He's coming around the South Island. He's at 38 off. This is the money pass. So here we go. Is he going to get part of 3 and take the lead? It's a tailwind, so 1 ball's pretty important. He does get a pretty decent 1 ball into 2, getting pulled forward. Does he get around part of 3? He holds on to the slack. I don't know for sure. I want to watch this 0 off replay before I make my prediction, but let's see. Here we go. One ball, he was deep. He had a little bit of slack, but he is still able to maintain what he could maintain and get around 2. And then this is just raw grit and muscle getting over to 3, and I couldn't see the buoy. So we'll see what the officials call in here for Tom Johnson. Challenging the leaders at 38 off. Different angle here. Here we go. Here comes the slow-mo at 3. Oh, yeah. Great camera angle, great camera work. That proves he was around 3. So now your new leader, Tom Johnson, 3 at 38 off. Setting a mark, shaking up the leaderboard. In this men's 7 slalom event. So there you see it, new leader, Tom Johnson, 3 at 38 off. Paul moving down to second place with 2 at 38 off. Kim Contos third with 1 1/2 at 38 off. James Morton 1/2 at 38 off. And Will Bush sitting on the seat, 3 at 35 off in 5th place. So I figured earlier in the event, I made my prediction. I thought, you know, as long as this wind cooperated and maintained where it was at, that it's going to be 38 off to be on the podium in this men's 7 event. And I still predict it's going to need to be somewhere in the deep 38, if not all of 38 and part of 39 to win the event. But, you know, it's hard to say with this wind and up and down. It could be a long stretch to do that, but we'll never know. We got time will tell. Right now, Brad Hartwell coming in past number 1. He is at 28 off. Brad making his way around 5 and heading over to 6. Cruising through that warm-up pass for him at 28 off. Brad Hartwell.
Is it over with? Are we doing a runoff now, I guess?
He's number 6 seed. And right now, the way the wind is, it's as good as conditions that we've seen all day for these top seeds here in the men's 7. These gentlemen, ages range from 65 to 69 years old. Their maximum boat speed is 32 miles per hour. But if you were just watching them and had no idea and watched their athletic abilities out here skiing today in this wind and cruising back and forth on the slalom lake, you would never know that they're anywhere near 65 to 69 years old. All right, pass number 2, Brad Hartwell, 32 off, mean green. He's got a tailwind, but definitely a manageable wind, and the chop on the water is considerably less than what it was earlier. So hopefully the wind gods are cooperating with us. And Brad making around 5 and easily over to 6. Exiting the gates through that 32 off pass. So we're going to drop him down on the north end of the lake. Let him cut that rope to 35 off. All right, Lake 2. Girls 1 Tricks getting fired up over there as well. They're on number 3 seed. These girls doing some very advanced tricks for the age. So check it out. Tony Lightfoot over there announcing that girls won tricks. After that, I believe we're done with tricks for the day, and then we'll be going into the jump event on that lake. But here it's getting exciting. 35 off. You have to run this pass if you're going to podium. I'm just saying, I'm putting it on out there. So let's see if Brad Hartwell, and down around one. Maybe trying to bite off a little more than he can chew. We'll see what the zero off replay can show us. Nice, good, steady pull, held the handle. Nice, long, just got hooked up and got in a lean lock and couldn't hold on to it. So 1/2 at 35 off there unofficially for Brad Hartwell. So 1/2 at 35 off for Brad. That's not going to be enough for the podium, unfortunately for him. All our guys sitting in the top 5 spots on the leaderboard right now can breathe one sigh of relief. But it's going to get real interesting here real quick because we're going into our top 5 seeds in this men's 7 slalom event. They all know that they're going to have to get 3 or more than 3 actually, if they want to move into the lead in this event. And I have a feeling the way the winds kind of died down here, I would tell you, on Lake 2 right now, I would say we absolutely have perfect headwind for jumping, which is going to be coming up over there. So, but you still have the top seeds and girls 1 tricks to get through over there. That's Lake 2. So set yourself up to be able to switch back and forth because we've got some very good slalom skiing still ahead of us today on Lake 1. And right now, things are getting real interesting and exciting here in the men's 7. Because we're getting into our top 5 seeds. Right now I'm looking at number 5 seed on the running order. Joe Bester being next on my list. We'll confirm that, get his starting speed. All right, I hear the roar of the Malibu response coming from the north end of the lake. It's connected up to Joe Bester. He's our number 5 seed. He's coming in at, oh, wait. Joe Bester must be a scratch. This is Ted McCauley. So, Ted McCauley coming out past number 1, 28 off. So that's our number 4 seed here in this men's 7 event. Joe Bester's a scratch. Not sure why, but anyhow, Ted McCauley, skier on the water, 28 off. So that puts a guaranteed spot for Tom Johnson on the podium here in this men's 7 national water ski event. See Ted going around the buoys. He's calm and comfortable and smooth and not much body movement. Just having at it. So you're watching the Waterski Broadcasting Company coverage webcast We're coming to you live from Water's Edge Estates. That's in Wilmington, Illinois. We're in the men's 7 slalom event on the water. Your number 4 seed in this event, Ted McCulley. He's coming in a tailwind, 32 off. Nice conditions here for him. Try and run this 13-meter. He dropped that shoulder a little bit going across the wakes from 1 to 2. Doesn't seem to phase him, though, as he's coming over here, and he's going to round 5 ball, take a nice, easy pull over there to 6, and completing 32 off, Ted McCulley. So as you can see on the 0 off replay, Ted McCulley more or less cruising through this 32 off. Pulling out wide. He's at the north end. He's down at the same end as the starting dock. So he's going to come around the island there. This will be 35 off, and this will also be into a headwind. Once we get through these last 4 skiers, if we don't have any runoffs, we're going to run into the men 8 slalom event. But history has it, competition's tight here this year in the 2021 Goode Ski Championships. We've had runoffs in several events already. Right now, must run past 35 off, Ted McCulley. Important start here. He's got a good 1 ball. He's round 2. That wind did kick back up. This is the worst conditions that he's had as of yet in his set. Getting stretched out there, going over to 5, getting short of 5. Upset with himself as he's going inside of 5. Ted McCulley, 4 at 35 off for him. Three to 4, he's looking pretty good, really, but wait a second, that was 1 to 2, my bad. Now 3 to 4, he's looking pretty decent. Just a funky out of 4 there, lost everything going to 5, unable to get around 5, Ted McCulley. Therefore, gets 4 at 35 off. Let's see, he's good. He's good in stack, going from 1 to 2. 2 balls good as well. Just right there at 4. He gets 2 stretched out. He could not get the angle that he needed to get over and get around 5. And now we feel the wind gust coming right back up. So that's going to put us here, your top 3 seeds, if they're all down at the dock, in men's 7. I believe your current leader is Tom Johnson with 3 at 38 off. All right, Malibu response up with our next skier coming around the island. He's coming in 22 off, Jack Everett. 22 off, a number 3 seed. So many of these last skiers been starting at 28 off. So is this a normal starting speed for him, or is this a strategic game that he's going to work through the wind conditions? Is he going to run up the rope pass by pass? Is he going to opt up at some point in between here somewhere? I don't know. It's kind of interesting starting speed, though. Looking really solid on that opening pass, going from 5 to 6 there on your 0 off replay screen. Jack Everett. So we're going to have to pay close attention to the boat crew here. Make sure we keep you well informed and accurately informed on what rope length he's at. So here we go. Pass number 2, Jack Everett. He's at 28 off. He's taking that next loop, not skipping any in between. Got that tailwind. Wind's up a little more than what it was for the last couple skiers, but it's still manageable compared to what it was earlier. So Jack making his way through that 28 off pass. So potentially looking down the rope, this will set him up for a 38 off headwind should he go loop by loop to challenge these leaders. So maybe that's what he's thinking in the back of his mind. He wants a 38 off headwind so he can run through that 38, put the pressure on the last 2 guys down at the dock, Jack Mills and Steve Ware. So through his first 2 passes, Jack Everett. Making his way through 22 off and then that 28 off tailwind with ease. You're looking at the starting dock. Here we go, pass number 3, Jack Everett, 32 off. Max boat speed for men 7, 32 miles per hour. He's getting through this pass rather handily. Oh, he does. As soon as I say that, the announcer jinx. He's not down, but it wasn't pretty going from 4 to 5. He's still able to get through that 32 off pass successfully. They're going to shorten that rope. Now he's going to be the first one, if I remember correctly, that's going to have a 35 off tailwind. Now our wind is up a little bit more now than what it was when definitely when Brad Hartwell went, but he gets through this 35 off tailwind. That's going to set him up for a 38 off money pass headwind. Here we are, our number 3 seed, men's 7. Jack Everett, he's staying. He's falling loop by loop. This is 35 off tailwind. He's early coming into 2. He's looking, he lost a little angle from 3 to 4, but all he's got to do is keep his patience and maintain that angle from 5 to 6, and he's going to be through this 35 off tailwind, and he does it. Jack Everett, 35 off tailwind, so he's going to have that money past 38 off headwind coming at him. And right now, with 3 at 38 off, Tom Johnson is your leader. So the drum roll has started. Jack Everett down on the north end of the lake. They're going to cut that rope to the purple loop, 38 off. He knows he's got to get part of 4 to take the lead. In this men's 7 event, it's playing out as expected. It's going to definitely take something at 38 off to be on the podium. We still don't know how this weather's going to play out the rest of the event with these top 2 seeds at the dock, and we still got one on the water to finish off yet. Jack Everett, this is it, 38 off. 3's the leader. He's got to get part of 4, so a big start here is important. Oh, nice looking 1 ball. Not a bad turn on 2. He's around 3, making his way over to 4. I was just getting ready to say he can run this pass if he comes out of 4. Good. Going down around 4, but unofficially your new leader right there, Jack Everett, 3.5 at 38 off. Doing what he had to do, 1 skier at a time. If you just do one part of a buoy better than the skier before you, that puts you higher on the leaderboard, which leaves us down to 2 at the starting dock in this men's 7 event. Right now, an update on your leaderboard. Jack Everett, 3.5 at 38 off, leading. Second place, Tom Johnson, 3 at 38 off. Paul Armour in third with 2 at 38. So 1.5 buoys between those 3. Kim Contos in 4th with 1.5. And then James Morton sitting on the bubble in 5th place with 1.5 at 38 off. So all 5 of those guys in the purple loop, 38 off, sitting on top 5 spots on the leaderboard, all wanting a podium, but there's 2 more guys down at the dock that want to change that out if at all possible. And that's Jack Mills and Steve Ware. All right, up around the North Island, number 2 seed in men's 7 slalom, Jack Mills. He's coming in at 32 off the dock. skier before your new leader started at 22 off the dock. So totally different type of strategies here, if it's a strategy or if it's just a comfort level. But neither here nor there, they get the choice on that. And 32 off the dock, around 6 and through the gates, Jack Mills. Fabulous replay there, sponsored by Zero Off Speed Control. We're back here in Wilmington, Illinois. We got our number 2 seed here in men's 7. He came off the dock and ran that 32 off mean green. He knows that he's got to get past midway through 38 off to take the lead here. Jack Everett right now is your leader with 3 1/2 at 38 off. But one pass at a time right now. He's got to make this 35 off tailwind. Wind's been up and down here. So let's see how he does. He's around 2, heading over to 3. Not bad around 3, over to 4. He just got pulled out front going from 4 to 5. He's late around 5. Can he get on around 6? Oh, he gets around 6, but from my angle, I do not think he made that exit gate. We are going to have to wait and see what the official call is. Or see if our zero off replay. Maybe I was seeing things. I've been known to see things before. I can't say that that's not happened, but right now there's zero off replay. The thing we want to look at is we know that he got waiting to see here for the official confirmation. I'm hearing the PA guys. So there he is around 6, a ton of slack. Yeah, so he sounds like he did not get credit for the gates. That was 35 off. His ski is off. You can see him down there behind the Malibu with the ski off. The boots are up in the air. He was scrambling to get around 6, and he took the hit with the slack, and that pulled him the wrong way for a split second, which did not allow him to be able to get back through the exit gates, the mandatory exit gates, the red buoys. So that will not give him a podium spot this year in the 2021 Goode Waterski National Championships. That puts him in 6th place. He gets 6 at 35 off, but no continuation since he missed those exit gates. So in 5th, James Morton with 1/2 at 38. 4th, Kim Contos with 1 1/2 at 38. In 3rd, Paul Armour, surprisingly slalom pass for a few people, 2 at 38. In 2nd, Tom Johnson with 3 at 38 off, and our leader right now, Jack Everett, 3 1/2 at 38 off. He's wanting a gold medal to go home with him, but he's got one more skier down at the dock. That skier wants a gold medal to go home with him. So it's a battle here in this men's 7. Final skier in the event, Steve Ware. He's our final one to go here. As far as I know, I don't think we have any runoffs. It's very tight, though. We're a half a buoy apart with some of the skiers up in the top 5. So no surprise. So here we go. We're going to have a couple warm-up passes here at least. Not sure what he's going to start at, but Steve Ware. Steve Ware going to be coming up. He is up. I hope you're enjoying this competition as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. 32 off the dock, Steve Ware. Pass number 1. He's electing to take mean green straight out of the dock. A double pull there, going from 1 to 2 after the second wake. Maybe that wind caught him off guard, but he seems to regain his composure. He's around 5 and making it around 6. At 32 off, Steve Ware. Same starting speed that we just seen Jack Mills, the number 2 seed, go out with, but then Jack had the unfortunate incident of not making the exit gates. That wind might be a little more pushing than what you think, but we'll see what Steve can do in this 35 off tailwind. He's got to run that. All 5 podium spots are in 38 off, so this 35 off is a must-make pass. Steve is well aware of that, I'm sure. Steve Ware is well aware. We've got the very first jumper on the water on Lake 2. As Joy Kelly, she's on the lake. Women's 6. But stay right here because this is your top seed, men's 7. At 35 off, this tailwind. It's been known to play havoc with some of the other skiers. Let's go. 35 off is going to be hard. He does well. He comes out of 1, and he's around 2. Looking good. Let's see how he holds on here at 3. Pretty tight rope at 3. He's looking pretty solid here if he could just keep his composure and get from 5 over to 6. Round 6 and see them gates. He's through the gates. That's a downwind 35 off. That's how you run 35 off tailwind in about a 10 to 12 mile an hour breeze. So a little heavy on the tail there around a couple buoys, but he's able to stay back far enough on the ski and keep his shoulders back so that hit doesn't pull him out the front. Gets him completely through that pass there at tailwind 35 off, setting up his headwind 38 off, which right now Jack Everett is your leader with 3 1/2 at 38. So Steve knows he's got to ski away from 4-ball to take the gold medal home. And at 38 off, you're not just going to come in and take a lackadaisical 1 to be able to get around 4-ball and ski away from it. Nate Smith might be able to, but I don't know about Steve Ware. Here we are. 38 off, headwind. Steve Ware, what can he do here? Oh, nice tight rope around 1. Looking good around 2 and going over to 3. Looking good. He's around. Oh, I thought he almost fell. He's around 4 though, and getting around 5. He's going to run it. Yeah, Steve Ware running 38 off, not standing up at 4 to ski away and take the medal. He says, hell with it, I'm going to go ahead and run the whole thing. And running 38 off, Steve Ware. He's your unofficial winner here in the men's 7 slalom event. Impressive skiing by him. Maybe he got a little gun shy around 4-ball there, knowing that he had to have that buoy, and then finally realized, okay, I got it. Now let me go ahead and grit and grunt and grow and get through this whole pass and show these boys this is how you run 38 off in about a 10-mile-an-hour wind. So, Steve Ware still on the water. They're going to cut that rope. Let him have the opportunity at 39.5. He is your 2021 Men's 7 U.S. National Slalom champion. He's got to be happy, but he's also got to have the attention and the mindset that he's coming in at 39.5 off. So this is your national champion. He's out for the glory, 39.5 off. Oh, into 1-ball. Good, just came back on the tail too much. So 1 at 39. Your champion, Steve Ware, in the men's 7 slalom event. We ran through 33 skiers before Steve Ware came out and decided who was going to take the gold home. So there you are, your results, the men's 7 slalom event. 5th place, Kim Contos, 1 1/2 at 38 off. In 4th place, Paul Armour, 2 at 38 off. In 3rd place, Tom Johnson, score of 3 at 38 off. Number 2, silver medalist Jack Everett, 3 1/2 at 38 off. And your 2021 Goode National U.S. champion, Steve Ware, top seed off the dock with the winning score of 1 at 39 off. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to change officials, and then we're going to come back and start out the Men 8 slalom event.
asked about retirement, most people worry about one thing. Do I have enough money? Am I going to be okay? But there are more things to consider, like inflation, taxes, and when should you take Social Security? We at Drake & Associates want to help. Visit us at wealthwisconsin.com for a list of upcoming classes or to schedule a complimentary consultation and learn how you could retire happy and worry-free. That's wealthwisconsin.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Okay, we're back. We wrapped up another exciting slalom event. Unbelievable how tight all these slalom events have been so far in this 2021 Goode Waterski Nationals. Every single event has gone down to the wire. It's been exciting. We don't expect any less here. We're going into Min 8. Right off the bat, we're using that same Malibu for these gentlemen that we used in Min 7. Right now, James Hooker, he's at 28 miles per hour, 15 off. Not quite sure what was the situation there with James Hooker, but if we can get any communication from the towboat, we'll sure pass that along. Appears that he went through the pre-gates rather than the red entry gates, but I'm not quite sure. We'll try and get confirmation. So all of a sudden our wind's picking back up here at the start of this Min 8 slalom event. So apparently this wind thinks that it can't remain at a slower speed. It wants to kick up every now and then. But that is the Midwest weather around here sometimes in August when you get the high humidity and you get pop-up storms throughout the area. That makes your wind fluctuate, especially when that dew point gets high. You can tell that the wind definitely affecting even the people down at the starting dock, throwing out the shock tubes and the ropes to the boat. We got Tony Lightfoot getting things rolling underway over on the jump lake early off with our women jump event over there. In this Min 8, we've got 14 on the list here. We're going to pull them through here one at a time and keep you up to date with the skiers and rope lengths, leaderboard, as we run through with this the Waterski Broadcasting Company, sponsored by Liquid Edge, providing you at home, at work, wherever, keeping you up to snuff with all the skiing here live. All right, men 8, we've got a guy riding a trick ski, Joe Blair. We seen one of the women in yesterday's events run the slalom course. She ran 2 or 3 passes with that trick ski. So here's your zero-off replay for Joe Blair, your current leader in this men 8 slalom event. He's coming around one ball there on that trick ski. And he gets around 2 ball. Around 3, somewhere he comes short here. Oh, he just gets on the tail of the ski and kind of loses control a little bit. So that's 3 for him. Right now, your current leader, Joe Blair, men 8 slalom. Okay, so we got Joe Blair back to the shore side, bringing that Malibu into the starting dock to pick up the next rope. On my list, next few skiers, I've got Don Bucher, Richard Honk, and Dave Jarrett, Ralph Hall. That's the next 4 on the list here to run in this men 8 slalom event. These gentlemen age range from 70 to 74 years old. Their max boat speed is 32 miles per hour. That's the same boat speed that we just seen in that last group of men in men 7. They just have a little bit of more marination done in their bodies, which makes them in the men 8 division. So here we go, coming around the North Island, Don Bucher, a big name in the water ski, USA Waterski.org organization. He's at 28 miles per hour, 22 off. Oh, Don. Unfortunately, early fall there around 1 ball. Coming through the gates, he looks okay. He just leaned over too far forward. The tail spun out. The unfortunate early fall for Don Bucher at 1/2. So the wind has picked back up slightly here, and trying to get our dock starters figuring out how to play the wind, throwing the ropes to the boat. That's a busy job down there, dock starting. That's a very important job to keep the event running. People don't realize it, especially if you've never done it. You're in charge of a lot of things down there. You're in charge of getting people ready on time, getting the ropes ready, keeping the knots out of the ropes, changing the handles, putting up with nervous competitors. Dock starting, one of the positions that's hardly ever rewarded. At 28 miles per hour, 15 off. Setting up for pass number 1, Richard Honk. He's going to make an effort to get through pass number 1. He's early going there into 4-ball. He's around 5 now. So Richard Honk getting through opening pass. 28 miles per hour, 15 off for him. Running that warm-up pass, Dave Jarrett. 28 miles per hour, 15 off. We're going to wait and get confirmation from the boat. I would imagine he's going to increase the boat speed, but he does have that option to cut the line if he wished. So here we go. Now this is our tailwind pass. This is pass number 2 for him. He is at 30 miles per hour, Richard Honk. Got to stay patient here. Not get too much slack. Don't get in a hurry on this tailwind, but yet be aggressive behind the boat. He's making his way around 5, pulled out a little bit, going between 5 and 6. He's able to get around 6, but just like our other men 7 slalom skier, Richard unable to get through the exit gates. So you can see on a 0 off replay, Richard leaning with those shoulders. Want to try and keep them shoulders up level with the rest of your body, otherwise you get pulled out of position just like he did there. He was still able to get around 6, but coming up short through the exit gates. Here we go, 30 miles per hour, 15 off. Dave Jarrett. His warm-up pass. Oh, and going down, unfortunately, early around 4 ball. So somewhere I got out of place here on my running order. I apologize if I was calling incorrect skiers. But that was Dave Jarrett. Last year was Richard Honk. You can see the wind blowing the shirts down there on the starting dock between Lauren as the dock starter and Keith as the assistant chief judge, running that slalom lake all day long today down there. So for a while the sun came out, and then that seemed to control the wind and have that wind slow up a little bit. But now that we've gone back to clouds, the wind has picked back up. And that's creating some challenging conditions here, not only on the slalom lake, but as the jump lake as well, which you've got Tony Lightfoot announcing that. 2 different live streams. You watch it simultaneously, or you can flip back and forth. But you couldn't do any of it without the support of Liquid Edge sponsoring and donating for the capability of the Waterski Broadcasting Company to come out here and be able to provide the live stream for you guys. Next couple skiers I got on the list here with the men 8. I've got Ralph Hall on my list as next, Robert Mulittner, and Michael Hayes. Right now, Ralph Hall coming in pass number 1, 30 miles per hour, 15 off. Oh, Ralph going down at the wakes between 2 and 3. Let's watch this replay and see exactly what happens here with Ralph. Just coming around 2 ball there. Things seem to be fine. He's pretty straight-legged, then just gets pitched towards the boat and hits his mid-body on the second boat wake. Ralph Hall. He is one of the appointed drivers here this week. So, indeed, we carry on here with some challenging conditions. We're in the men 8 slalom event.
Well, I think I got the key to that Heartbreak Hotel he's been talking about all goddamn day.
Next on my list is Robert Mulittner. Next up, Robert Mulittner, 32 miles per hour, 15 off. This is our first skier to start at the max boat speed here. Oh, he's late going into 3 and standing up, not even attempting to go across the wakes to 4. So the wind definitely a factor here in the men 8. It's pretty tough out there right now. We also got the jumpers over there on Lake 2 being brought to you by Tony Lightfoot. They have to contend with these conditions as well. Here's an update on your running or leaderboard. Richard Honk right now in the lead with 5 1/2 at 15 off at 30 miles per hour. Then we've got Dave Jarrett, 3 1/2 at 15 off, or 15 miles per hour. Robert Mulittner, 3. Joe Blair tied with Robert with 3. And then in 5th right now, Ralph Hall with 2 buoys. So it appears the top skier so far, the leader of this event, is the only one to run a pass. But we've got a few more to get through here. I'm sure that will change. I hope that will change for everybody's sake. We are right midway right now in this men 8 slalom event. We just had skier number 7 ski. We are going to be pulling number 8 out of 14. Off the dock, Michael Hayes is who I've got. Coming around the North Island, lining up for pass number 1. At 30 miles per hour, 28 off, Michael Hayes. Oh, coming up short of 2 there. These conditions are just not benefiting any of these men's 8 skiers right now. You can see the chop. You can see their knees banging and their skis chattering. He just got stood up at 1, unable to get enough over to get around 2. But starting at that 28 off rope length in these conditions, I wonder if he wouldn't rethink that when he goes back down and kind of looks over everything in general. I know you always have your everyday starting pass, and sometimes you think, that's what I'm going to start at. It is what it is, and we'll just deal with it. But when you have conditions such as these, it'd be kind of maybe helpful if you could kind of back it up 1 pass, if you feel comfortable doing that. But if you don't, you certainly have that opportunity to start with whatever you feel comfortable with. Here we are, our number 6 seed, David Keller, 32 miles per hour, 28 off as well. David making his way around 4, heading over to 5. Let along pull to 5, getting him deep around the buoy. So 4 1/2 for David Keller. Unsuccessful first pass for him. Another one in this event, unable to make pass number 1. David Keller. So David Keller not happy with the situation, but unfortunately that's slalom. You're one and done. Whereas Trixie, you more or less have 2 opportunities, and of course jump, you get 3 opportunities to make an opportunity to better your score. With slalom, that's just a 1 shot. There's no going back and doing it again. You know, so sometimes that starting speed coming off the dock, you might want to think twice about it. Maybe that was a factor, maybe it wasn't. We do know the wind is definitely a factor. So sometimes we just got to be able to change things up. But right now, we're going to be getting into our top 5 seeds in Men 8 Slalom. So on that list, your 5th seed I'm showing is Keith Morgan. So here we go, coming around the island, preparing for pass number 1 at 28 miles per hour, 28 off, 32 miles per hour is the max speed here. Keith Morgan, a little different approach at things here. Maybe he's looking at the wind saying, you know, I'm just going to get some passes under my belt, because you're really only one guy that's made a complete pass, if I remember correctly. So he's around 5, making his way over to 6. Long banana turn 6 over to the gates. Keith Morgan making opening pass, 28 miles per hour, 15 off. Now we're into our top 5 skiers, so this is going to determine podium spots as we go from here on. Man, he's not pulling all the way through the wakes. You see a ski almost just changed 2 to 11 o'clock. Oh, no. So we're hearing the guy that seemingly had run the pass apparently has missed the gates. Keith Morgan, your 5th seed.
We'll give you a quick rundown here. Unfortunately, we just heard that the officials ruled Keith Morgan missed his opening gate, so he's got a score of 0. We have our top 4 skiers, those fields.
So Keith Morgan missing his entry gates. And sadly so, that's a 0 for him. So he's going to go in the scorebook as a 0 here in the 2021 Goode national championships, as he expresses his disappointment skiing back to the dock. But he has an opportunity to speak his piece if he wants to go down and speak with the assistant chief judge. He so can do that, take the proper channels. But there are proper ways to take care of the situation if you think you were incorrectly treated. So that's going to bring us to your top 4 skiers in Men 8. As we watch Keith Morgan exit the water onto the shoreline, there's some rocks there. You're walking barefoot. If you're not used to it, that can hurt a little bit. All right, so having a scratch here in the top 5 seeds. We're going to be coming out with number 3 seed skier right now, Jim Walsh. So this Men 8's getting definitely interesting. We've had a lot of exciting slalom events working through this, but now it's getting to be a more interesting event with this Men 8. And we're going to get through here. We've got 3 skiers left. After one of these skiers, we will get you updated on the leaderboard. Well, on the water right now, Jim Walsh, he's starting at 32 miles per hour, 22 off. Oh, coming up short at 2 ball even. Let's see, he gets around 1 ball, just gets, that front leg is really straight, and I'm sorry, but in these conditions, you ski with a leg that stiff, that straight, it's not going to benefit you by all means. You've got to really have some soft knees when you're skiing in choppy water to absorb all that. But Jim coming through 1. So if I'm thinking right, the leaderboard, the podium spots with this Men 8 could possibly have some medalists that did not run a complete pass. So it's really interesting. I know it's tough conditions, and we talk about it all day, but it's the same for everybody, and it's just a matter of gritting and bearing it. And it's not what you want, it's not what you hoped for, it's not what you dreamt of all summer long coming to nationals. But however, it's the cards you're dealt, and it's how you handle the situation. And I guess the outcome is what it is for the battle that we have on hand. But that brings us to the top 2 seeds in Men 8. So standing on the dock is our number 2 seed, George Lindy, a Midwest skier from Minnesota. George thinking in his mind, I've got to make this first pass. If I make this pass, as weird as it sounds, I will be on the podium. And we come to nationals to take medals home. We always want to ski our best. We always want to have personal bests. We always want to have an opportunity, a record if you're at that caliber. But there's sometimes you just got to go out and ski the number of buoys that you need to ski to get your medal. So right now, let's see what we got in hand. George Lindy around 1 ball, heading over to 2. He's around 3 ball. 4, making his way to 5. George around 5. And he does it. From this perspective, he gets through past 1. Probably bringing back days of when he was a kid thinking, I've just got a challenge. I got a challenge ahead of me. I got to do everything I can do to get around all 6 buoys to make the course. Deja vu, here I am in Min 8. Same thing going through my mind. I've got to make every buoy. I got to do what I can do to get through the course so that I can get on the podium here in this 2021 Goode Ski Nationals. He does it. I missed George's starting speed and line length, but I would assume that it's going to be faster than what our other skier, I assume that that's going to put him in the lead. Let's just put it that way. But I feel like that's a pretty safe assumption. So here's George. You back up on the water. He's behind that Malibu Response. He's our number 2 seed. He's ran a pass. That's a lot to be said right now in this event. He's at 32 miles per hour, 28 off. So indeed, he's going to be your leader for sure. He's still going to try and run this 28 off. That's their max speed, 32 miles per hour. Little bobble coming over here by 4. Rope pops out of his hand from 4. 3 1/2 for George, though, at 28 off. That's going to be the mark that our top seed, Steve Raphael, is going to have to beat to take the gold home. So George Lindy going out there, completing pass number 1. And then getting 3 1/2 on pass number 2, which was 28 off. Right now, you see the leaderboard. George, 3 1/2 at 28 off. And second, Richard Honk, 5 1/2 at 15 off, 30 miles per hour. Then our next 3 skiers we got to tie have not ran their opening pass. David Keller in 3rd place with 4 1/2. Dave Jarrett, 4th place with 3 1/2, and right now a potential runoff between Robert Muehlitner, Joe Blair, with a total buoy count of 3. That is what has happened here in this event. Only your top 2 on the podium right now have ran a complete pass. All the other guys we had 1 scratch. All these other gentlemen, all 13 skiers, out of 13 that have skied so far, only 2 have ran a pass. So the conditions definitely playing havoc with this Min 8 slalom event. Okay, up around the island, coming in for pass number 1, Steve Raphael. He's starting at 28 off. He's max boat speed, starting at 28 off, and quite honestly, he's got the best water that I've seen in the last 10 skiers, most likely. Funny how that happens sometimes, but it does. That's Mother Nature. That's an outdoor sporty event that we're in. And looking through round 5, round 6, 28 off, making 1 pass out of the box like that. Unofficially, I'm going to call that as your Min 8 slalom champion this year at Nationals. Yes, so unofficially, your winner here, Steve Raphael, running his opening pass, starting at 28 off, max speed, was enough to take the gold home. So again, very interesting turn of events here. Unfortunate with the wind. It's been up and down throughout the day. Unfortunately, it was really up for a while through this event, and it really affected the scores in this event. And unfortunately, I can apologize to them all day long, but there's nothing that we can do, whether you're an event sponsor, or event host. Mother Nature's going to do what she does, and unfortunately, she turned her head on these men 8 skiers in this event, and hopefully coming on down the rest of the day here, we've got men 9, men A and men B left to finish off the slalom lake today. But right now, out for personal pleasure, we got Steve Raphael. He's your champion. He's at 32 off. He's going to ski his way down the lake. He knows he's won. This is just for his satisfaction. He's running this 32 off, looking nice and solid. Nice reach, very smooth skiing right there through 32 off tailwind. Steve Raphael, his pass number 2. All right, here he is, your 2021 Men's 8 National Champion. Still on the water, though, skiing, getting as many buoys as he can. Steve Raphael, he's coming in headwind 35 off. He's around 2 here, making his way to 3. Looking good. He's coming around 5. He's going to go over to 6. He's going to run this blue loop a little late into 6, but it looks like he got around it. And running that 35 off, just to show you how it's done, Steve Raphael. He is your champion, and just proven pass after pass after pass why he's your champion. So we're getting the rope tightened up down there for Steve Raphael. He just ran 35 off at 32 miles per hour. Keep in mind the age of these men in this division ranges from 70 to 74. So he ran that 35 off. Maybe he's skiing against the top 5 podium guys in men's 7. Saying, hey, dude, I'm men 8, you're men 7. I ran just as good as you. I need your medal off men's 7 podium as well, but it doesn't work that way. For round 3, he's going to try and get back to the wakes. No, I don't think he does. But very good, impressive skiing, Steve Raphael. Your winner here, 2021 gold medalist in the U.S. Nationals, title sponsor Goode Industries, taking home the gold medal in this Men 8 slalom event. So yeah, good skiing there by your top seed, Steve Raphael. We've got Men 9 coming up next. There's your winner, leading board winners. Steve Raphael, first place, 2.5 at 38 off. George Lindy in second with 3 1/2 at 28 off. Richard Honk in third with 5 1/2 at 15 off, 30 miles per hour. David Keller with a total of 4.5 buoys in fourth. Dave Jarrett in fifth with a total of 3 1/2 buoys. So that completes our men's 8. We'll have a short break here, get things ready, and bring you right back in on the Waterski Broadcasting Company, sponsored by Liquid Edge, for the men's 9 slalom event.
Retirement. Most people worry about one thing. Do I have enough money? Am I going to be okay? But there are more things to consider, like inflation, taxes, and when should you take Social Security? We at Drake & Associates want to help. Visit us at wealthwisconsin.com for a list of upcoming classes or to schedule a complimentary consultation and learn how you could retire happy and worry-free. That's wealthwisconsin.com.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one. And since then, it's been a good relationship with them, a good relationship with the company. And I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle.
We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry. You'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1, with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2, with the releasable plate, could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
test. Give me your worst and you'll get my best. 'Cause I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. Careful, I'm a lion, don't test my pride. Standing like a mountain, looking the devil right in his eyes. Know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. No, I don't know how to back down, how to back down. I am a fighter. I am a fighter.
USA Waterski and Wake Sports is recognized by the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee as a national governing body for all of towed water sports. Each of our 9 sport disciplines hold both local, regional, state, and national tournaments. Each of these tournaments attracts hundreds of participants and thousands of attendees. We have over 15,000 members from all across the country. There are a number of benefits to joining USA Waterski and Wake Sports. One is the opportunity to compete, but secondly, it's an opportunity to join a family, to join a water ski community that really enjoys life on the water. There are many other ancillary benefits. You get our magazine, you get customized content delivered to your email box every month, and you get great discounts from our industry partners as well.
USA Waterski doing an amazing job of bringing people together all under one umbrella and celebrating the sport that we love.
And the great thing about the USA Waterski program is that a lot of families coming here, so a lot of parents and 2 or 3 generations are all competing, and it's just such a great family sport.
It wasn't until my late teens that I learned about competitive water skiing and joined USA Waterski back then. Been a member ever since.
I've only been a member since 1965.
I'm absolutely a member of the USA Waterski. I've been a member for a very, very long time.
I'm a USA Waterski competitor, and it's just a great opportunity to get active and be out in the sun and meet people.
Check out everything we've got going on. Visit usawaterski.org. You can also see the different disciplines that we have going on there and see what all else is going on around the country.
Okay, welcome back here. We had a bit of a delay on a Slalom Lake. We had a little review action from the last event that just completed, which was our men's 8 slalom event. Review did not affect any of the placements or podium spots. So we're going to quickly get this men 9 slalom event underway. And then we've got 8 contestants on the running order for this men 9 slalom event. These young men, their age range is from 75 to 79 years of age. And their maximum boat speed here in slalom is 30 miles per hour. So, working our way up to towards the more experienced skiers here as the day goes. We'll complete the afternoon on the Slalom Lake with our men's B, but right now, first skier on the water at 24 miles per hour, 15 off, Robert Reitner. Oh, unfortunately, bending a waist around number 1 ball. Robert Reitner, past number 1, just getting too far forward, popping the handle, riding that radar ski, losing it, and scoring 1/2 for him. Our wind conditions are roughly the same as they were earlier in the men 8 division. Still have Tony Lightfoot over here on Lake 2. We're running jump events right now. Looks like we're on the top seed here in the women 3 jump event. So throughout the week, we're working our way ever more closer to the Morley U.S. Open. That's going to run Thursday and Friday. Finals will be Friday evening. Capping the night off with a featured jump event, men's jump under the lights. The Morley U.S. Open. First time in years that it's been involved with the U.S. Nationals. Very excited for that. Hopefully this wind gets its situation figured out and out of here. We need to thank our title sponsor, Goode Waterskis, Goode Ski Industries, USA Waterski and Wake Sports, other sponsors making it available to have this national tournament. Malibu Boats, D3 Skis, OJ Props, Correct Craft Ski Nautique Boats, Mastercraft Boats, Syndicate, and CentralFlorida.org.
Best jump is going to be 86 feet. She has a 79-foot backup, or equivalent to 24.2. But there is Rebecca Bartlett, and that rounds off the jumping event in women's 3. There is the leaderboard. So far as the women's 3 is concerned, we have Erin Cochran at the top with 120. That's based on what we know.
All right, coming in here for his first pass, Bill Mears, 28 miles per hour, 15 off. Let's get Bill through this first pass. We need to have these people running some passes. Start punching this situation with the wind right in the nose, and let's not make it hold us back. Looks like he's getting inside of 5, though. Came out of 4, just not enough rope to get him outside of 5. Here we're looking at your 0 off replay. Bill coming through the entry gates. A second pull there after the wake to be able to get around 1 ball. Just a minor timing issue on the setup. Body position looks pretty decent as he's going through the course. He's losing some angle as he's coming around the buoy and through the wakes, and just no angle or not enough angle from 4 over to 5, unable to get around 5. So that's going to give him a total score of 4 buoys here for Bill Mears. That makes him your current leader here in the men 9 slalom event. So your current leaderboard right now, Bill Mears in the lead with 4, and Robert Reithner in second with 1/2. That's the remaining skiers on the running order for this event. Total of 9 skiers, so it's not going to take us long, and we'll be right there in the top 5, figuring out who's going to be on the podium here this year at the 2021 Goode National Water Ski Championships for the men 9 slalom event. You're looking at that men 9 starting dock. It looks to be a rather busy place right now. Dock starters, assistant chief judges, assistant chief judge measuring that handle that just came off the water with Bill Mears. Again, that handle's got to be within a certain specification even after the skier skis. Otherwise, we're going to have issues with their performance. Next on my running order, I've got George Herzog. George looks like he's at 30 miles per hour, 15 off for him. We need to get together here for George, see if we can't get him through this wind. Uh-oh, coming up short inside of 3. So let's see, around 1, not looking bad right there. He actually had a pretty good lean. Coming around 2, he's just kind of getting pulled up straight. Not really ready to stretch it out for one more buoy. So George, 2 for him, and his total buoy count here at the 79th Goode National Water Ski Tournament. I heard a statistic just a little bit ago that Goode has sponsored 21 national championships. Seems a little bit odd. Seems like it just heard Goode's name coming into the industry like 5-10 years ago, but now they've been a sponsor for 21 years. Tony is my wealth of knowledge over here. I don't know if he knows how many years that Goode has been in business for the water ski part of it. Any idea? No idea. Good. I don't feel as bad. So, right now, our next skier on the water, I'm showing Tom Dunn. He's your 5th seed in this men 9 event. Men 9 and women 9 division consist of an age category between 75 to 79 years of age. 75 to 79 years of age, and we have 2 divisions after this increasing the age limits as well. We'll have men A, or also known as men 10, and men B, also known as men 11. The men A category, they range from 80 to 84 years of age. We'll have 6 skiers in that category. In the men B, or men 11, 2 skiers in that category was 85 years old and older. So back to men 9. We've got Tom Dunn. He's coming out, coming up hot on that boat there, 28 miles per hour, 22 off. Getting himself calmed calmed down a little bit here, trying to make his way through past number 1. Looking like he gets through that. Somebody whistled right behind me. I was not expecting it, and they scared the crap out of me. But Tom Dunn here on the 0-off replay, getting a little handle high on 2. I'm getting a feeling there that that's probably not the smoothest pass that Tom's ever ran, but I feel like once he gets the speed up in the boat, gets a little more challenge, it's going to be easier for him to go make that smooth edge change and not go flat and lose your body balance. We go edge to edge so you can maintain a good body position. Things seem to function a little smoother. So here we go. We got Tom Dunn back up on the water. He's coming from the south, heading north. This is going to give him a tailwind for his second pass here, increasing the boat speed to 30 miles per hour. He's staying at that 22 off 16-meter rope length. That's the orange loop. Around 2, handle a little high getting back, but he's deep. Around 3, going into 3, just a little bit late, nothing to be concerned about, but going in deep around 3 ball, that's going to be 2.5 for him at 30 miles per hour, 22 off. That is going to put him in the lead and put him on the podium for sure. Tom Dunn, 2.5 at 30 miles per hour, 22 off. There you have it, your leaderboard right there. Tom Dunn on top, 2.5 at 22 off, 30 miles per hour. That is her max boat speed. Then Bill Mears with a total buoy of count of 4. George Herzog has 2. And Robert Reithner with 1/2. We've got 4 more skiers left in this men 9 slalom event. And as from this point on, we are going to determine who's going to be where on the podium unofficially. So all right, on the jump lake, sounds like we got the start of the men 3 jump event. Got Tony calling that event over there, sitting next to me here. That jump event can always become exciting as we experienced in previous years, so make sure you get yourself set up. We've got 2 streams going. Right now you're listening to Troy Zellner on the slalom lake. Got Tony Lightfoot on the jump lake. Set up 2 monitors, set up some tabs. We're going to keep you posted. Right now, Gregory at 30 miles per hour, 28 off. That being the max boat speed here in this men 9. Oh, and getting forward, having to let go. They're around 4 ball. You can see he's riding that radar ski, not real happy. He had things going. He just bent over at the waist and reached down, got uncomfortable with that, and let go of the handle. Let's see right here. Nice setup for 1 ball, nice reach. Looking good at 2. Now he's over going around 3. And right over here is where the issue comes. Yeah, just too much tip of the ski, broke him forward, unable to pull out of it. So 3.5 there for Greg. He was our number 4 seed, so currently that still having Tom Dunn as your leader in this mid-9 event. He's got 2.5 at 22 off. That already brings us down to your top 3 seeds. As you can tell, again, nice body position, pull through the gates, maybe a little bit late, but nothing to freak out about. Watching the 0 off replay. So, yeah. My next skier I'm showing on the running order here is the 3rd seed by the name of Frank Harrison. Once we get this boat up on the water, we got a correct craft power in this men 9 event. We'll see what Frank selects as his starting boat speed and line length. Here he comes around the North Island, 30 miles per hour, 28 off. He's starting at the yellow loop, 28 off max boat speed. Frank Harrison, Team USA, life jacket. Let's see what he thinks about this wind condition out here on the Slalom Lake, Lake 1. He's around 5, making his way over to 6. And 6 for Frank Harrison, past number 1. Unofficially, I believe that's going to throw him in the lead here as we watch the 0 off replay. Kept both hands on the handle until the ski started to make the turn, then he made his reach. They're getting him a good solid start around 1 ball. So all the way through past number 1, Frank Harrison, 28 off. Successful pass right into the lead in this men 9. Rounding the South Island with the tailwind right now. Frank Harrison, number 3 seed. He's at 32 off. He's got that tailwind he has to contend with. He's a little late coming out of 3, heading over to 4. Still able to get around 4, but stands up at the wakes. He's going to go back to the dock with that score, taking him into the lead. 4 at 32 off. Impressive skiing here today. Frank Harrison, your number 3 seed. Putting his bid in to take home the gold. Frank Harrison, right now your leader. There you have it. Current leaders, Frank Harrison, 4 at 32 off. Tom Dunn in second with 2.5 at 22 off. And then we're into Bill Mears with 4 total buoys. Gregory Groos, 3.5. And then George Herzog with total buoy count of 2. We got 2 skiers left on the dock. So your top 3 skiers right there on that current leaderboard are going to get a podium. It's just a matter of what spot on the podium that they're going to be able to climb on. Here 15 minutes after their event, they're going to do the awards presentation for these gentlemen. All right, Dennis Longo coming in 30 miles per hour, 22 off. Dennis Longo coming out 30 miles per hour, 22 off. He knows he's got to get part of 5 at 32 off if he wants to take the lead away from Frank Harrison. So your 0 off speed control replay showing Dennis Longo making his way through pass number 1 on that Goode slalom ski. Here we go, pass number 2, Dennis Longo from Florida. Number 2 seed, men 9. He's coming in at 28 off. He knows he has to run this. And if he does run this, then he's going to have the bonus headwind for his 32 off. But first things first, he's around 4, heading to 5, 28 off tailwind. Around 5, making his way over to 6. Successfully around 6 and to the gates. Dennis Longo running that tailwind 28 off in this men 9 division. But that's not enough. That's going to get him on a podium, but that's not enough to get him on top of the podium, because right now Frank Harrison is your leader with 4 at 32 off. Well, the VIP tent or concession tent is awful lonely right now. All right, 32 off, money pass. Right now the leader, Frank Harrison. On the water, Dennis Longo. He wants to get part of 5 so he can take over the lead. He's coming in 3. He's around 4. He's going from 4 over to 5. Can he get around 5? It looks like he's around 5, pulling hard to 6. And it looks like he gets outside 6 through the gates. Your new leader running 32 off here today, Dennis Longo, in the men 9. Impressively running this mean green 32 off into the wind. Riding that Goode ski.
There you see how early he
Some of these guys just hold on and pull as hard as they can pull to make sure they get around that next buoy, and it pays off for him. Got him to at least second place here this year. Dennis Longo not going to do any worse than second in this men 9 slalom event. He's still on the water. Right now, all he's doing is adding buoys to his total, putting the pressure on top seed down at the dock, Stan Switzer. Both of those guys are Florida boys, so I'm sure they're familiar with each other. Right now, Dennis Longo setting the pace. 35 off. Around 1, a little tail. Short to 2, so not bad. We're calling that 1 at 35 off here for your new leader, Dennis Longo. That leaves the top seed sitting at the dock, knowing what he has to do to take the gold home this year back to Florida in his car or plane or luggage, wherever it may need to ride. Then once we get through these men 9, we're going men A as an Adam or men 10. All right, here we go. Set the stage for this men 9 slalom event. Coming around, lining up for pass number 1, your top seed, Stan Switzer. He's a Florida resident. Looks like Stan's riding a D3. He's coming in at 28 off. All right, Stan, top seed, making his way through pass number 1, 28 off. That right there secures at least second place for him. But that's not on his mind. He didn't come here to get second. He's top seed. He knows he wants to go home with the gold. To help prove the scores correctly in their seeding values here for the running order in this national event. But he's got a pass coming up to him that's not going to be a walk in the park because we've got some wind here. It's not the worst conditions we've had all day, but by far it's not the best conditions we've had all day. We're probably looking about a 12-mile-an-hour tailwind that he's going to need to take care of, protect the rope, because he's going to be at 32 off. And when I say protect the rope, I mean he wants to refrain from having that slack from the wind pushing him down the lake. To be able to maintain his control, his body position. You can see we got the legendary Bruce Cundy down at the slalom dock. Getting ready. Looks as if we're going to go directly in from men 9 to men A. But here we go. Right now, ever important 1 ball, 32 off. Stan Switzer must make pass if he wants to challenge the leader. Nice 1 ball, Stan. He's around 2. Little down course at 3. Wheelies out of 3. Starting to. Oh, I'm not making that call at 4 ball, but he does not run the pass. So he's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 3, 3.5, 3 1/4, something like that, which is not enough to take the lead from Dennis Longo, who had 1 at 35 off. Here's your replay, your zero-off replay for Stan Switzer on this pass. Really, one ball was not bad. He came out of one ball with good angle. Came down the course there at two ball. He's got that left front leg straight, and then he just gets out of three with that straight leg, no angle, unable to get around four, staying inside of four. So Stan Switzer with 3 at 32 off. Here's your 5th place in the men's 9 slalom with 4 buoys is Bill Mears. 4th place is Tom Dunn with 2.5 at 22 off. In 3rd place, we just seen Stan Switzer with 3 at 32 off. 1 buoy ahead of him in 2nd place, Frank Harrison with 4 at 32 off. And your 2021 men's 9 national slalom champion, Dennis Longo, with 1 at 35 off. Straight in, no hesitation. Here we have Bruce Cundy, long line, 32 miles per hour. He's our first skier in here in our Men A event, or Men 10. Oh, and unfortunately, Bruce going down around 3 ball there. Gonna unstrap his radar slalom ski, giving him a total of 2 1/2. The legendary Bruce Cundy, known for all his national titles and records and jumping, but he is a 3-event skier. He's the first off the dock here in Men's A or Men's 10. Looking at our list here, we got Bruce Cundy, Roger Goings, Floyd McCreate, Carol Piercy, Lester Bender, Errol Bryant. But right now, Bruce Cundy, first one off the dock, makes him your current leader with 2.5 buoys. All right, these guys, their range is 80 to 84 years of age. That's right, I said 80 to 84 years old is what these Men A skiers are in the age range. Already in the water down at the starting dock. What I'm showing on my next skier on the running order is going to be Roger Goings. This Men A division, their max boat speed is 30 miles per hour. You can see the towboat in the background headed into the course. Here we go, coming in past number 1. Late on the gates and inside of 1. 30 miles per hour, 15 off, Roger Goings. Unfortunately missing those gates. You can hear in the background, maybe we got Tony Lightfoot excited over there, calling out the Men 3 jump. These guys are battling some wind conditions that they would like to have less wind, by all means, but the guy with the most courage and the most comfort is going to be the guy that goes out there and jumps the farthest to take the gold medal home in that men 3 jump event. So there you have Roger Goins heading back down to the starting dock area. Then we'll swing that craft back over to the dock, switch out some ropes. Double check that next skier on the docks, Floyd McCreet. All right, we got a little bit of delay going on down there at the slalom dock. We're waiting for the next skier to get all strapped in the ski there. Get that handle, get things ready to roll, make sure things are right here before he gets in the water and gets himself ready. So keep in mind, we've got 2 streams going here. We got Lake 1, which are watching with me. Troy Zellner on Lake 1, that's all. Slalom Lake on Lake 2, you got Tony Lightfoot doing the announcing over there. That's our jump lake as we speak. It's men 3 jump event. Slide back and forth, watch all the action, enjoy it. We enjoy bringing it to you. So right now on the water, our next competitor in this men A division at 30 miles per hour, 15 off, Floyd McCrate. He's coming in for pass number 1. He's making his way around 4, working on his way over to 5, getting around 5, making his way over to 6, and through the gates. Warm-up pass made by Floyd McCrate. And you got your replay presented by Zero Off Speed Control, showing Floyd another one of those skiers that seems to have pretty straight front leg. And you can see what the results are when you hit those wakes and that leg is that stiff. Your ski has no choice but just to hop in the air. Sometimes that gets shot in the air out of control, sometimes it is in control. So ever important, if you can bend that front ankle and bend that front knee, use them as shock absorbers so you don't have that jolting and out of control front leg pitching that slalom ski around. Okay, here we go around the south turn island. Floyd McCrate, he's at 30 miles per hour, 15 off. I'm going to have to confirm that. But he's at pass number 2. He completed 6 buoys past number 1, coming up short to 3. So he's got 2 buoys at this second pass. But running that first pass definitely put him in lead. He's our number 4 seed here in this event, so that's guaranteeing him a spot on the podium.
I don't know if they count 28 mile an hour.
All right, so confirming Floyd McCrate, 2 at 15 off at 30 miles per hour. Sitting in first place. In second place right now, Bruce Cundy with 2.5 buoys. And our third skier on that list, Roger Goings. He's got a score of 0, but since we've got 3 more skiers left on that dock in this Men A division, all right, Carol Piercy coming in past number 1, a.k.a. Buddy Piercy. He's going to make his way around. He knows he's got to complete a pass to at least think about the leaderboard. Although he's got enough buoys right now to be on the podium, but that's not necessarily his goal for the day here today. Buddy Piercy coming out past number 1. Running all 6 buoys there. So watching that 0 off replay here with Buddy Piercy making his way around 6 and through the gates. Then once we get him up on the water and around that island, we'll get a confirmation from the boat and see exactly where he's at, what he started at. I missed that. I was talking to the legend Bruce Cundy and got sidetracked, totally blaming it on him. But I do know that that's going to be enough to put Buddy Piercy on the podium. So Buddy's going to be coming back at 28 miles per hour. He's at 15 off. That's not enough for the lead yet. He's got to get through this 28 mile per hour tailwind. And then he's got to get part of 3 if he wants to take the lead from Floyd. Right now, Buddy Piercy, tailwind at 15 off, 28 miles per hour. Oh, looking good. One ball for Buddy. Let's see if he can keep poking at these buoys and getting around them. Oh, and a little wobble there around 4, but keeping his composure. He's around 5, around 6. Through the gates, Buddy Piercy. Skiing with a heavy heart here. The Piercy Prochi family losing a dear, close brother, husband, in-law here in the last few weeks. So I'm sure it means a lot to him to be able to go out there and ski and have his pal on his shoulder right along with him. But what happened here? I see that correct craft pulling away from him. Not sure what's going on down there at the starting dock area. As soon as we get word, we'll relay that to you. It appeared Buddy ran that 28 miles per hour, 15 off. But we've had a couple things look like that earlier in the events. Then to be surprised with something else.
Looks like we have about 4 or 5 more skiers over on the slalom lake, and we'll be beginning slalom practice over here at the conclusion of our events. So if you have a scheduled slalom practice, we might be moving up that timeline a little bit as we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So if you have slalom practice, pay attention over on the slalom lake. Like I said, probably about 4 or 5 more skiers. Let me go. We are going to go with practice. So get your ski ready and head down to practice on the slalom lake.
Well, if you're wondering what's going on with us at the slalom lake, you're not alone, because I'm not quite sure either. Going to retrieve the drop ski. I see something down there, and I believe that's probably exactly what the situation is here. So I don't think it's any issue of Buddy not making the gates or anything like that. I think it's just a matter of recollecting the gear. He needs to use a drop ski to get up, which by all means, if I could even carry a drop ski when I'm Buddy's age, not to be insulting, I would be proud. I would be happy. No doubt about it, because these guys are from 80 to 84 years of age. And to be able to get up and go out and do what they want, if they need a couple extra minutes to go get a get-up ski so they can continue to ski, by all means. The number of years he's put into judging and driving and supporting our sport, so be it. Let's take a little bit of delay and take this guy on down the lake, give him another shot.
Now we've got a working switch. You can hear that turbo engine engage when he pulls
maybe it should be one of these things that if you need to use a kicker ski and you're going to ski 3 or 4, 5, 6 passes, maybe you need to have 3, 4, 5, 6 skis in the towboat. I'm just kidding. I'm being a little smart aleck here, trying to kill some time, trying to fill the air. But we're back, we're down. We've got about 4 skiers after Buddy. We got the top 2 seeds after Buddy in this men's A event. Then we've got 2 more skiers in the men's B event, which will wrap the day up here on the slalom lake. Then we'll hook up and we'll switch over and join Tony Lightfoot on the jump lake, calling this exciting men 3 jump event. That's going to get interesting as we get down to the big guns jumping far with these wind gusts and different change of the wind periodically. Always makes that jump event a little more daring, a little more exciting, a little more fun to watch, but also you don't want anybody to be hurt. Right now, back on the water, Buddy Piercy. This is 30 miles per hour, 15 off here. I believe your leader, Floyd, has 2 at this pass. So Buddy checking his back pocket to grab a $100 bill to try and get more buoys from the driver, Will Bush. However, that looks like he was inside of buoy number 3 right there. Unofficially, we might have a tie in this Men A division. If that's the case between these two, it could be a runoff because they are within that top 5 skiers. But 2 at 30 for Buddy Piercy on that pass. Yeah, so right now we got a tie there for first place. Buddy Piercy with 2 at 30.15 and Floyd McCrate with 2 at 30.15. In third place, Bruce Cundy with 2.5. And sitting in fourth place, Roger Goings. But as you can see, we've got the top 2 seeds coming up here still with this Men A or Men 10 event. That's Lester Bender and Errol Bryant. Those 2 guys are going to have a say in what's going to happen here for the podium spots in this Men A slalom event here at the 2021 Goode Waterski Nationals. All right, you can see down there carrying around skis. It's the Men 10 event. Part of the ACJ's job is to make sure they get that kicker ski into the boat. So when that slalom skier makes that max boat speed and has to drop down to cut the tow line, they need a kicker on the other end of the lake so he can be able to get up. Buddy getting an escort from property owner Roy Surday back down to the starting dock, knowing there's that potential or likely runoff. Even in Men A, we run them off. Just because they're 80 or 84 years old doesn't mean they don't have to go back out there and compete again so they can take that medal home. We're not that easy on these guys. They got to go out and they got to make it. They got to prove it. So these events and take a little bit longer time between skiers at the docks. That's okay. We got 2 screens going here, so I can kind of watch a little bit of the men 3 jump. We got Brett Mommer out there right now, jumping. You know what? And if these guys need a little more time to get their stuff together, be able to get up, get out of the water, let's let them do it. Let's just take a deep breath, enjoy it, realize the fact that they're somewhere between 80 and 84 years old. They're able to still put their own freaking vest on, people. So that's an accomplishment. I can't even bend over half the time and put jump skis on. That's why I stand up and announce. But these guys are down there. They're still getting at it. Confirmation here, Lester Bender, 30 miles per hour, 15 off. He's coming in for pass number 1. He's making his way down the lake. The wind has let up. I actually had an alert come through my phone not too long ago. We're under a tornado watch till 10 p.m. tonight. But no threat of anything like that right now. Hopefully this is going to be a little bit of the calm before the storm. Everything holds off till we're done with the tournament for the day and people are out of here. Hopefully nothing even happens. But that's where we're at with the weather right now. And we're on Lester Bender, number 2 seed, men A. He just went out and ran 15 off, max speed 30. Oh boy, here we go. Unfortunately, your number 2 seed, Lester Bender, has been called 0. So apparently he missed his entry gates. Coming in on his opening pass, a very unfortunate set of events for Lester Bender. That means he's going to have a 0 score going into the scorebooks for this 2021 Nationals. Definitely not something he was planning for. Definitely not something any of us on the site want to see. But you've got to go through those gates. It is a rule. It's a way to control all these skiers and scores, making it the same. So we've got that correct craft heading back down to the starting dock. This men A event, we're coming down to the top seed in this group. After him, we're going to go to men B. We've got 2 skiers in that event. Oh. Okay, so that actually was Errol Bryant, and Lester Bender was a scratch. So our top seed skier here today missing the gates. So here's your results. We've got a tie for first place between Carol Piercy and Floyd McCrate. Both those gentlemen ran 2 at 30 miles per hour, 15 off. By all rights, we should have a runoff between Buddy and Floyd to determine who is going to take the gold medal home here in this 2021 Men 9 Slalom event. Men A or Men 10 Slalom event. Both of these guys running 2 buoys at 30 max boat speed for this Men A event. At 15 off. Oh! Sorry, I was watching the jump event. So Buddy and Floyd. So another change on the slalom lake. We're going to give Buddy and Floyd a little more time to be able to get themselves ready for this runoff. In the meantime, we do only have one competitor in this men B slalom event. So we're going to go ahead and run him and then come back and we'll do the runoff between Buddy and Floyd to complete that men A slalom event. But your curiosity that you heard me earlier with the jump event, it was Tyler Boyd. He just he had a landing and hit pretty hard after his landing. It wasn't something where he was flying through the air. We're watching a replay here again right now. Slipped out a little bit, then started to press and just went straight into the water after that. But right now, Roger Wall, he's your men B competitor. He's coming in 26 miles per hour, 15 off. This gentleman is skiing in a division that is 85 years of age or older. So a minimum age of 85 to ski in this division, if you will. And Roger Wall goes out there, and I believe he got 2. So, okay, things got busy around here real quick. But Roger Wall out there, men B, he's your winner. So your 2021 Goode National Waterski men's B slalom champion, Roger Wall. Roger taking the victory lap back down to the starting dock. Then we'll let that correct craft go ahead, hook us up with Buddy Piercy or Floyd McCrate. Not sure who's going to be first in that runoff. That's a runoff to decide who's taking the gold home in men A. And we find out Floyd is going to be number 1 off the dock here in this runoff. They'll be at 28 miles per hour, 15 off. Floyd's first, then we're going to have Buddy Piercy. I don't know if that kicker ski you see there, Keith holding, I don't know if that's a specially designed ski. It kind of looks like a kid ski, like kid trainer ski, that Floyd uses as a kickoff or a get-up ski, whichever way you want to refer to it. Keith is a tall guy, but that is a mighty short ski. Oh, yeah, I thought he was going to start playing us a tune there for a second, use it as a guitar. Sounds good. All right, we got this towboat back to the dock. You can see there Will Bush is the driver in that Nautique. Switching out kicker skis in and out of the boat between these different contestants here in these older men's divisions. Just takes a little more organization and a little more time, but they've got every bit a right to be out there skiing as much as the youngest one entering the tournament here this week. So after this runoff, we are going to be wrapping things up on the slalom lake. We'll sit over there and have fun listening to Tony Lightfoot calling the jump lake. That men 3 jump event over on Lake 2. So if things wrap up first on the on the slalom lake here, don't forget to click over and watch the final of men 3 jump over on Lake 2 with Tony Lightfoot. These guys are out there. They're jumping in 10-plus mile-per-hour winds. Your leader right now with a 134. These guys are still on the 5-foot ramp.
Let's see what his turn is like. Let's see if he can try and keep some pressure over those jump skis as he hits the jump and takes flight. That is Tyler Boyd on jump number 1. And I suspect that jump is going to be in the...
There you see Roger Wall getting his kicker skis and the Team USA Eagle life jacket. He's the men B national champion. Still not sure who's going to be our men A national champion. We're getting ready to tighten the rope up with Floyd McCrate. He's going to be the first one to go out. He's going to set the pace there for Buddy Piercy to determine who is going to take home the gold here for men A slalom in this 2021 Goode National Water Ski Championships.
So the jump distance coming through for Tyler Boyd, it is good enough for the lead. It is 150. But could also raise his stock in the overall championship.
All right, here we go on the water. We've got Floyd McCrate. He's the first skier in this runoff in men's A slalom competition. This is to determine first place or take home the gold medal. He's coming out at 28 miles per hour, 15 off. Floyd bouncing a little bit across the wakes there. That front leg ever so stiff. If he could loosen it up, that would make his life a little smoother as he's making his way around 4 ball, working on over to 5, and around 5, he's going at 6 and through the gate. Floyd getting through past 1. He's going to put as much pressure on Buddy Piercy down at that starting dock. Just because these guys are 80 to 84 years old, don't think for a second that they don't get nervous as well. So everything that Floyd can do to put the pressure on Buddy Piercy, he's going to do. Another shout out to our sponsor, the Liquid Edge, out of Farmer City, Illinois. Without their sponsorship, I don't know that we'd be able to bring you this broadcast live from Wilmington, Illinois for the 2021 U.S. National Championships with the title sponsor of Goode Industries. 2 sponsors you need to go look at. Go on their websites. Okay, here we go. We got Floyd McCrate. This is 30 miles per hour. 2 at this pass is what put us into this runoff. So Floyd's wanting to improve on that. And it looks like he has done. So now how many more is he going to get after 2? 1 more after 2, and he taps his head and says, take me to the dock. And let's give Buddy Piercy a shot. Buddy's going to have to get part of 4 if he wants to take the gold home, since Floyd got 3 there at 30. So you can even see on the replay the famous tap of the head, take me home, take me to the dock.
148 feet, 148, which is 45.1 meters. That establishes about a 12-foot lead. We're really starting to cook here to a dramatic finish in the main street jump. Close enough to 150 feet, but not so close you can taste it. Here we go. Darren Weeks. Jumping on the 5-foot ramp, I don't forget.
All right, very exciting stuff going on Lake 2. So remember, once we get done here with Lake 1, tap on over, get on Lake 2, but we got some big jumps coming. Oh, and big jumps coming from men 3 jump over there. I start watching that screen, then I start commenting on what happens. I got to stop doing that. I apologize. But we're back here on the slalom lake. We've got our second of 2 in this runoff to determine who the national champion is going to be in this Men A slalom event. Right now, Floyd McCrate, he went out there and set a mark of 3 at 30 miles per hour. This is Buddy Piercy. This is his first pass. They start at 28 miles per hour, so Buddy knows he's got to run all 6 here in this opening pass or second in the runoff to be able to challenge Floyd at that 30 mile per hour mark. Buddy breaking at the waist there pretty heavily around 4, late into 5, but he can be patient and still get around 6, and he does. All right, Buddy Piercy getting through that ever-important must-run pass, 28 miles per hour off the dock to make this runoff even more interesting. So now, what do we got to do? Do we got to get Buddy a kickoff ski down there real quick so he can get up at the other end of the lake? Then they'll speed that boat up 2 more miles per hour to 30. Then once they get everything set, they'll tighten the rope. They'll pull him around the South Island. Then he's going to be coming back in the same tailwind that we just seen Floyd run his pass. He collected 3 buoys at 30 miles per hour. So that means if Buddy wants to take the gold home, he's going to have to get part of 4 to do that. Anything short of 3, it's going to be Floyd McCrate's gold medal. Anything over 3, it's Buddy Piercy's gold medal here in the Men A slalom event in the 2021 Goode Ski Nationals. All right, we got that correct craft tightening a rope up down there on the south end of the lake for Buddy Piercy. Buddy knows he's got to get more than 3. Floyd's down there saying, I want Buddy to do well, but I want Buddy to get less than 3 because I'd rather take the gold home than Buddy take the gold home. And that's why we call it competition water skiing. We're competitive people. We have very good friends, but when it comes down to gold medals at the national championships, all that's thrown out the window. Right now, let's see what Buddy can do. Tailwind, 30 miles per hour. He's got to get more than 3. Good 1 ball coming around 2 over to 3. Oh, come on, get around 4. A little bit of 4 is going to get him the championship. And he did it. He fist pumps Buddy Piercy. Apparent to have gotten around 4 ball. We're waiting for the official score from the judges tower. It looks like it. Buddy Piercy winning the runoff here in this Men A event for the 2021 National Championship. Congratulations to you, Buddy Piercy, and all you other men that placed in the top 5. That's going to wrap up our Slalom Lake for the day here, day number 2 of this national event. We will be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, ready to roll things. We'll be on there at 6:45 a.m. The tournament officially starts at 7 a.m. Thank you for joining us here today. We look forward to hearing your comments and joining us tomorrow. I'm signing off for the Slalom Lake as we speak. Switch on over to the Jump Lake. Listen to that exciting Men 3 jump event. We've got some more skiers to go in there, and I'll guarantee you they're going to be pushing the limits. So have a great evening. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you.